Egyptians worshipped a pantheon of gods so powerful that their influence shaped the very foundation of one of history's greatest civilizations. From the sun's fiery rays to the silent passage of time, the 12 gods of ancient Egypt held dominion over all aspects of life and death. Today, we embark on a journey to unravel the mysteries and stories behind these deities that guided the hearts and minds of the ancient Egyptians. In the heart of the ancient Nile Valley, a civilization arose that would stand the test of time. Central to their beliefs was a pantheon of gods and goddesses, each embodying different aspects of existence. The ancient Egyptians didn't just worship these gods. They lived by their laws, shaped their society around their myths, and looked to them for guidance in both life and death. Today, we delve into the stories of these 12 gods, exploring their origins, powers, and the roles they played in the cosmic drama that governed the universe. Our journey begins with the primordial gods, those who existed before time itself. The first is Nun, the god of the primordial waters. In the beginning, there was nothing but chaos, an endless sea known as Nun. From these waters emerged Adam, the self-created god, who stood upon the primeval mound, symbolizing the first land. From Adam's own essence came the first divine pair, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. This trinity, Nun, Adam, Shu, and Tefnut, represents the creation of order from chaos, the first breath of life, and the essential elements that sustain the world. As the story unfolds, Shu and Tefnut give birth to two more powerful deities, Geb, the god of the earth, and Nut, the goddess of the sky. Geb and Nut's love was so intense that they were locked in an eternal embrace, preventing the creation of life. Adam, seeing the need for balance, commanded Shu to separate them. With great strength, Shu lifted Nut high into the heavens, creating the sky, while Geb remained below as the earth. This act not only created the physical world, but also set the stage for the ongoing cycle of life and death. Nut became the arch of the sky, her body adorned with stars, while Geb lay beneath, the earth from which all life springs. At the heart of Egyptian mythology stands Ra, the sun god, and the most important of all deities. Ra is the creator of life, the one who sails across the sky in his solar bark, bringing light to the world each day. As the ruler of all gods, Ra's journey through the sky represents the daily cycle of life and death. During the day, he travels from east to west, providing warmth and light. But as night falls, Ra descends into the underworld, where he must confront the forces of chaos before rising again at dawn. The sun's daily journey symbolizes the eternal struggle between order and chaos, light and darkness, life and death. Among the most compelling stories in Egyptian mythology is the tale of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Osiris was the beloved king of Egypt, ruling with his queen, Isis. But his brother Set, driven by envy, plotted his downfall. In a dramatic betrayal, Set killed Osiris, dismembering his body and scattering it across the land. Devastated, Isis embarked on a quest to find and reassemble her husband's body. With the help of her sister Nephthys and the wisdom of Thoth, the god of knowledge, Isis succeeded in restoring Osiris, who then became the lord of the underworld. Osiris's death and resurrection symbolize the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, a theme central to Egyptian belief. His son, Horus, avenged his father's death, battling Set and restoring order to the kingdom. Horus, the falcon-headed god, became the symbol of kingship and protection, embodying the divine power of the pharaohs. Alongside these major deities were others who played crucial roles in maintaining balance and order in the universe. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, was the protector of the dead and the guide of souls in the afterlife. He oversaw the embalming process and ensured that the dead were properly prepared for their journey to the underworld. Batet, the lioness-headed goddess, was a protector of home and family, embodying both the nurturing and fierce aspects of motherhood. Thoth, the ibis-headed god, was the divine scribe, the keeper of knowledge, and the mediator between gods and humans. His wisdom and understanding of the universe made him a key figure in maintaining the cosmic order. Egyptian mythology also tells of the constant battle between the forces of chaos and order. Set, the god of chaos, desert, and storms, represents the disruptive forces that threaten to overthrow the balance of the universe. His eternal conflict with Horus, the god of kingship and protection, is a reminder of the delicate balance that must be maintained. On the other side stands Ma'at, the goddess of truth, justice, and harmony. Ma'at's principles govern the actions of both gods and humans, ensuring that order prevails over chaos. Her feather is used in the weighing of the heart ceremony, determining the fate of souls in the afterlife. As we weave through the intricate stories of these 12 gods, a picture emerges of a complex and interconnected belief system. Each god and goddess holds a unique role, yet they all work together to maintain the delicate balance that governs the universe. The ancient Egyptians saw their gods not just as distant, powerful beings, but as integral parts of their daily lives. From the rising of the sun to the flooding of the Nile, from the birth of a child to the passing of a loved one, the gods were always present, guiding and protecting the people of Egypt. The legacy of these 12 gods lives on, not just in the stories and monuments they left behind, but in the very fabric of Egyptian culture. Their myths continue to inspire and fascinate, offering insights into a civilization that, despite the passage of millennia, remains one of the most intriguing and influential in human history. The gods of ancient Egypt represent the eternal quest for understanding the mysteries of life, death, and the universe, a quest that continues to captivate us to this day. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the heart of ancient Egyptian mythology. If you enjoyed this exploration, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more deep dives into the myths and legends that shaped our world. What other ancient civilizations would you like us to explore next? Let us know in the comments below. Join me as I dive deep into the ancient Egyptian afterlife beliefs and try to understand the weighing of the heart ceremony like never before. Did you know that ancient Egyptians believed in a journey through the underworld that would determine their eternal fate? This journey was filled with dangers, but at the heart of it all was the pivotal moment when the deceased's heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. What did this mean for the soul's future, and how did it shape Egyptian culture? In this video, you'll explore the fascinating beliefs surrounding the afterlife in ancient Egypt, focusing specifically on the duat and the weighing of the heart ceremony. The Egyptians had a complex view of the afterlife, one that intricately connected their spiritual beliefs with everyday life. They believed that the way one lived their life on earth would directly influence their journey through the duat, a mystical realm of the dead. At the center of these beliefs was a ceremony that would either grant the deceased eternal life or condemn them to non-existence: the weighing of the heart. The challenge for ancient Egyptians didn't end with death. It was just beginning. The journey through the afterlife was filled with trials, and the fate of every soul rested on how well they had lived in accordance with Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and order. To the Egyptians, the afterlife was not a place you simply arrived at. It had to be earned. They believed that the soul would face several obstacles, including demonic creatures, perilous waters, and complex mazes within the duat. Each step of the journey required not just spiritual strength, but a pure heart. This is where their actions in life became crucial. Every lie, every misdeed could weigh their heart down when it was finally placed on the scales in front of the gods. The Egyptians understood life as a preparation for death. Tombs were meticulously constructed to house the body and provide for the Ka and Ba, aspects of the soul that would persist beyond death. They filled these tombs with objects and food to sustain the deceased in the afterlife. But no matter how well the tomb was stocked or how carefully the body was mummified, the true test lay ahead. Let's dive deeper into the duat, the underworld that every Egyptian soul had to traverse. This mystical realm was not just a simple path to the afterlife. It was a landscape of challenges. Here, gods, spirits, and even terrifying creatures like serpents and demons awaited the souls of the deceased. The Egyptians believed that this journey was treacherous, filled with pitfalls and hazards that could end one's soul if they weren't prepared. To protect themselves, the deceased would carry spells from the Book of the Dead, a collection of magical texts intended to guide and protect them. At the heart of this journey, however, was the weighing of the heart ceremony. This was the moment of ultimate judgment, where the heart of the deceased was weighed on the scales of justice by the god Anubis, who presided over the ceremony. The Egyptians believed that the heart contained the sum of a person's deeds, memories, and character. It was weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and balance. If the heart was lighter or balanced with the feather, the individual would be granted passage into the afterlife, to live forever in peace. But if the heart was heavier, weighed down by sin and dishonesty, a terrifying fate awaited them. The weighing of the heart was a dramatic moment. Anubis, with the scales in hand, would place the deceased's heart on one side and the feather of Maat on the other. It's important to understand that in Egyptian culture, the heart was seen as the seat of the soul and morality. Unlike other ancient civilizations that considered the brain as central, the Egyptians believed the heart contained a person's thoughts, emotions, and experiences. Standing nearby was the goddess Ammit, a fearsome creature with the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. If the heart weighed heavier than the feather, it was immediately devoured by Ammit. This meant the soul was condemned to eternal destruction, essentially erased from existence, an idea more frightening than hell for the Egyptians, as they deeply believed in the continuation of life after death. For those whose hearts were light and balanced, the rewards were eternal. The soul would be led by the god Horus to Osiris, the ruler of the underworld, to live a peaceful afterlife in the field of reeds, an idealized version of life on earth. The Egyptians envisioned this realm as a place of abundance and tranquility, free from suffering. The ancient Egyptian beliefs about the afterlife were complex and profound. The weighing of the heart ceremony was a crucial moment, determining whether a soul would be granted eternal life or obliterated by Ammit. This ceremony, with its emphasis on moral integrity, reflected the values of Egyptian society and reinforced the idea that life and afterlife were inextricably linked. To them, death was not an end, but a passage to something greater, provided one lived in accordance with Maat. What are your thoughts on the weighing of the heart ceremony? Could you imagine living a life where every action you take is thought of as being weighed after death? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this dive into Egyptian mythology, don't forget to check out my other videos on this fascinating civilization. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more intriguing stories from the ancient world. Ancient Egypt, a land of wonder, mystery, and awe, was deeply rooted in rituals that connected them to their gods, the afterlife, and the cosmic order. These rituals were not just religious practices, but the lifeblood of their society. They ensured the balance of the universe, known as Maat, which they believed sustained both the living and the dead. Today, we uncover some of the most unbelievable ancient rituals of this mysterious civilization. One of the most iconic of these rituals was the opening of the mouth ceremony, a powerful funerary rite. It was believed that when someone passed from this world, they required the ability to eat, speak, and breathe in the afterlife. Through symbolic gestures, the priest, often a family member, would open the mouth of the deceased by touching it with a ceremonial tool. This allowed the soul to live on, ensuring a comfortable and eternal existence beyond the grave. But the afterlife wasn't guaranteed without the weighing of the heart ritual, perhaps one of the most crucial judgments in Egyptian belief. After death, the heart, which Egyptians believed held all of one's thoughts and deeds, was weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth. If the heart was heavy with sin, the soul would be devoured by the fearsome demon Ammit, and that person would cease to exist. However, a light heart meant purity, granting the deceased passage into the eternal fields of paradise. Rituals weren't reserved just for the afterlife, though. The ancient Egyptians practiced Heka, magic, in their daily lives. Whether it was for protection, healing, or even influencing events, magic played a central role. Through chants, spells, and offerings, they believed they could manipulate the natural and supernatural worlds to their benefit. One particularly grand event was the Sed Festival, held after a pharaoh had ruled for 30 years. This ritual was a combination of physical tests and sacred ceremonies that re-energized the king, symbolizing his continued strength and divine right to rule. The festival included a reenactment of his coronation and even a ceremonial race, demonstrating his vitality and connection to the gods. The beautiful Feast of the Valley was another event where the Egyptians connected with both their gods and their deceased ancestors. The people would sail from the bustling city of Thebes to the necropolis in the west, where they made offerings of food, drink, and prayers at the tombs of their loved ones. This ritual strengthened the bond between the living and the dead, ensuring that the deceased were remembered and cared for in the afterlife. Temples, too, were the center of daily temple rituals, conducted by priests to maintain the order of the universe. Every day, offerings of food, incense, and prayers were given to the gods, asking for their favor, protection, and guidance. These rituals weren't just for the gods. They maintained Egypt's prosperity and kept the forces of chaos at bay. Perhaps one of the most fascinating rituals was the Festival of Opet, a grand procession celebrating the renewal of the pharaoh's divine right to rule. The statue of Ammonius, the chief god of Thebes, would be carried from the Karnak temple to the Luxor temple, symbolizing the union between the king and the divine. The streets were filled with music, dancing, and offerings in what was one of the most joyous celebrations in ancient Egypt. And for those seeking a bountiful harvest, there was the Feast of Min, dedicated to the god of fertility and reproduction. The pharaoh or priest would perform symbolic rituals, such as plowing the earth, ensuring that Egypt would be blessed with abundant crops and renewed life. The meticulous process of mummification itself was an elaborate ritual that prepared the body for the journey to the afterlife. Priests would perform sacred rites to cleanse, embalm, and wrap the body in fine linen, placing protective amulets between the layers to safeguard the soul. Mummification was not just about preserving the body. It was a magical process that ensured the deceased could navigate the afterlife's perils. These rituals, whether daily, funerary, or festival, reflect the Egyptians' deep belief in maintaining harmony with their gods and preparing for a seamless transition into the afterlife. From the grand New Year festival of Weepatrempet, which celebrated the Nile's inundation and the renewal of the land, to the intimate funerary banquets, where families dined with their dead, Egypt's culture was steeped in symbolism and reverence for the divine. To this day, these ancient rituals continue to fascinate and mystify us, offering a glimpse into the extraordinary spiritual world of one of history's greatest civilizations. The grandeur and magic of Egypt live on, not only in its monuments, but in its rituals that have left an indelible mark on the annals of history. If you've enjoyed this dive into ancient Egypt's mysterious rituals, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below with your thoughts on which ritual fascinated you the most. Let's keep the mystery alive. Join me as I dive into the mysteries of ancient Egyptian magic and try to unlock its most powerful spells and sorcery. From the mystical rites that guided the journey to the afterlife to the incantations that summoned the protection of powerful deities, ancient Egyptian magic holds secrets that continue to fascinate and intrigue us today. In this video, you'll discover the fascinating realm of ancient Egyptian magic, including the spells, sorcery, and mysticism that shaped their beliefs and practices. Despite its significance, much of Egyptian magic remains a mystery to modern audiences. Many of us are familiar with the iconic pyramids, mummies, and hieroglyphics, but the underlying magical practices that govern their daily lives are often overlooked. To truly understand ancient Egyptian culture, we need to delve deeper into their mystical worldview. Egyptian magic was a complex system that wove together mythology, astrology, and spiritual practices to create a rich tapestry of rituals and spells. By exploring this mystical realm, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the ingenuity and creativity of the ancient Egyptians. But how can we unlock these secrets and understand their true essence? One way is to examine the various forms of magical texts, such as the pyramid texts, coffin texts, and the Book of the Dead. These texts weren't just religious manuscripts. They were powerful magical tools. For instance, the pyramid texts contain some of the oldest known religious spells, which were etched into the walls of royal tombs to ensure the pharaoh's protection in the afterlife. Spells from the pyramid texts were meant to guide the soul through the underworld, warding off evil forces and ensuring a peaceful transition into eternity. Another key source of ancient Egyptian magic is the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and prayers written on papyrus and buried with the deceased to help them navigate the afterlife. Within this book, you'll find spells for protection, guidance, and empowerment, such as the famous weighing of the heart spell, where the deceased's heart is weighed against the feather of truth to determine their fate in the afterlife. If the heart was lighter than the feather, the soul could enter paradise. If heavier, it would be devoured by the monstrous goddess Ammit. Let's not forget the priests and priestesses who played a vital role in performing these magical rituals. Serving as intermediaries between the human and divine realms, these individuals were skilled in the arts of magic and astrology. They used specialized tools like wands, amulets, and statues to channel divine power. The hieroglyphic carvings on these tools were believed to hold magical power, granting the wearer or the person they were used on protection, health, and prosperity. At the heart of Egyptian magic lay a deep reverence for the gods and goddesses, who were believed to possess supernatural powers. Egyptian magic wasn't just about casting spells. It was about invoking the favor of the gods to manipulate the forces of nature and reality itself. The Egyptians developed an elaborate pantheon of deities, each with their own distinct personality and sphere of influence. For instance, Isis, one of the most beloved and powerful goddesses, was associated with magic, healing, and protection. She was often invoked in spells meant to safeguard loved ones or restore health. Isis herself was a master of spells, once using magic to learn the secret name of the sun god Re, which gave her immense power. Another example is Anubis, the god of mummification and the afterlife, who was often called upon in funerary rites to guide the souls of the dead. His presence was key to ensuring a smooth passage into the afterlife, with spells and prayers invoking his guidance to protect the deceased from the dangers of the underworld. Rituals, too, were central to Egyptian magic. These rituals often involved a combination of spoken spells, symbolic gestures, and offerings to the gods. For example, during the festival of Weepa Trempet, the Egyptian New Year, priests performed elaborate rituals to renew the powers of the pharaoh and ensure prosperity for the kingdom. Ritual tools like ceremonial masks, sistrums, musical instruments used in religious ceremonies, and incense burners were used to call forth the presence of deities and spirits, creating a sacred space for the magical rites to unfold. One particularly powerful and well-known magical ritual was the opening the mouth ceremony, which was performed during the mummification process. This ritual was believed to restore the senses of the dead so they could eat, drink, and speak in the afterlife. The process involved intricate steps, including the use of sacred tools like the adze, a small instrument shaped like a crescent, to symbolically open the mouth and eyes of the deceased. The opening the mouth ritual was more than just a spiritual rite. It was a profound expression of the Egyptians' belief in the continuity of life after death. They understood that death was not the end, but merely a transition to a different existence, and the magic they performed was essential to ensure this transition went smoothly. It also demonstrated their belief in the interconnectedness of the physical and spiritual worlds. Every action taken in this world had ripples in the afterlife. Another fascinating aspect of Egyptian magic is the use of amulets. The ankh, for example, symbolized life and was often placed on mummies to ensure a continuation of life in the afterlife. Amulets of scarab beetles were also used for protection, as they were believed to hold transformative powers. Just as the beetle could transform waste into nourishment, these amulets were thought to bring transformation and regeneration to the soul. The Egyptians also had spells for everyday needs, such as protection against illness, good harvests, or success in personal ventures. One such example is the Sippy of Horus, a type of protective charm that depicted the child god Horus standing on crocodiles while holding dangerous animals. It was meant to protect against bites from venomous creatures and was often placed in homes or temples as a form of spiritual protection. Our journey into the mysteries of ancient Egyptian magic has revealed a complex, multifaceted system that wove together mythology, astrology, and spiritual practices. Egyptian magic wasn't just about casting spells. It was an entire worldview that connected the physical and spiritual worlds. From the divine power of gods like Isis and Anubis to the intricate spells contained in texts like the Book of the Dead, ancient Egyptian magic was central to how they understood life, death, and the cosmos. By exploring the magical texts, rituals, and deities of ancient Egypt, we can gain a deeper appreciation for their ingenuity, creativity, and profound reverence for the mysteries of life and death. Even today, their magical practices continue to intrigue enthusiasts and scholars alike, leaving us to wonder what other secrets might still be hidden in the sands of time. If you enjoyed this exploration of ancient magic, don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out my other videos on mystical traditions from around the world. Ancient Egypt, a land of wonder, mystery, and awe, was deeply rooted in rituals that connected them to their gods, the afterlife, and the cosmic order. These rituals were not just religious practices, but the lifeblood of their society. They ensured the balance of the universe, known as Ma'at, which they believed sustained both the living and the dead. Today, we uncover some of the most unbelievable ancient rituals of this mysterious civilization. One of the most iconic of these rituals was the opening of the mouth ceremony, a powerful funerary rite. It was believed that when someone passed from this world, they required the ability to eat, speak, and breathe in the afterlife. Through symbolic gestures, the priest, often a family member, would open the mouth of the deceased by touching it with a ceremonial tool. This allowed the soul to live on, ensuring a comfortable and eternal existence beyond the grave. But the afterlife wasn't guaranteed without the weighing of the heart ritual, perhaps one of the most crucial judgments in Egyptian belief. After death, the heart, which Egyptians believed held all of one's thoughts and deeds, was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. If the heart was heavy with sin, the soul would be devoured by the fearsome demon Ammit, and that person would cease to exist. However, a light heart meant purity, granting the deceased passage into the eternal fields of paradise. Rituals weren't reserved just for the afterlife, though. The ancient Egyptians practiced Heka, magic, in their daily lives. Whether it was for protection, healing, or even influencing events, magic played a central role. Through chants, spells, and offerings, they believed they could manipulate the natural and supernatural worlds to their benefit. One particularly grand event was the Sed Festival, held after a pharaoh had ruled for 30 years. This ritual was a combination of physical tests and sacred ceremonies that re-energized the king, symbolizing his continued strength and divine right to rule. The festival included a reenactment of his coronation and even a ceremonial race, demonstrating his vitality and connection to the gods. The beautiful Feast of the Valley was another event where the Egyptians connected with both their gods and their deceased ancestors. The people would sail from the bustling city of Thebes to the necropolis in the west, where they made offerings of food, drink, and prayers at the tombs of their loved ones. This ritual strengthened the bond between the living and the dead, ensuring that the deceased were remembered and cared for in the afterlife. Temples, too, were the center of daily temple rituals, conducted by priests to maintain the order of the universe. Every day, offerings of food, incense, and prayers were given to the gods, asking for their favor, protection, and guidance. These rituals weren't just for the gods. They maintained Egypt's prosperity and kept the forces of chaos at bay. Perhaps one of the most fascinating rituals was the Festival of Opet, a grand procession celebrating the renewal of the pharaoh's divine right to rule. The statue of Ammonius, the chief god of Thebes, would be carried from the Karnak temple to the Luxor temple, symbolizing the union between the king and the divine. The streets were filled with music, dancing, and offerings in what was one of the most joyous celebrations in ancient Egypt. And for those seeking a bountiful harvest, there was the Feast of Min, dedicated to the god of fertility and reproduction. The pharaoh or priest would perform symbolic rituals, such as plowing the earth, ensuring that Egypt would be blessed with abundant crops and renewed life. The meticulous process of mummification itself was an elaborate ritual that prepared the body for the journey to the afterlife. Priests would perform sacred rites to cleanse, embalm, and wrap the body in fine linen, placing protective amulets between the layers to safeguard the soul. Mummification was not just about preserving the body. It was a magical process that ensured the deceased could navigate the afterlife's perils. These rituals, whether daily, funerary, or festival, reflect the Egyptians' deep belief in maintaining harmony with their gods and preparing for a seamless transition into the afterlife. From the grand New Year festival of Weepa, which celebrated the Nile's inundation and the renewal of the land, to the intimate funerary banquets, where families dined with their dead, Egypt's culture was steeped in symbolism and reverence for the divine. To this day, these ancient rituals continue to fascinate and mystify us, offering a glimpse into the extraordinary spiritual world of one of history's greatest civilizations. The grandeur and magic of Egypt live on, not only in its monuments, but in its rituals that have left an indelible mark on the annals of history. If you've enjoyed this dive into ancient Egypt's mysterious rituals, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below with your thoughts on which ritual fascinated you the most. Let's keep the mystery alive. Join me as I dive into the mysteries of ancient Egyptian magic and try to unlock its most powerful spells and sorcery. From the mystical rites that guided the journey to the afterlife to the incantations that summoned the protection of powerful deities, ancient Egyptian magic holds secrets that continue to fascinate and intrigue us today. In this video, you'll discover the fascinating realm of ancient Egyptian magic, including the spells, sorcery, and mysticism that shaped their beliefs and practices. Despite its significance, much of Egyptian magic remains a mystery to modern audiences. Many of us are familiar with the iconic pyramids, mummies, and hieroglyphics, but the underlying magical practices that govern their daily lives are often overlooked. To truly understand ancient Egyptian culture, we need to delve deeper into their mystical worldview. Egyptian magic was a complex system that wove together mythology, astrology, and spiritual practices to create a rich tapestry of rituals and spells. By exploring this mystical realm, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the ingenuity and creativity of the ancient Egyptians. But how can we unlock these secrets and understand their true essence? One way is to examine the various forms of magical texts, such as the pyramid texts, coffin texts, and the Book of the Dead. These texts weren't just religious manuscripts. They were powerful magical tools. For instance, the pyramid texts contained some of the oldest known religious spells, which were etched into the walls of royal tombs to ensure the pharaoh's protection in the afterlife. Spells from the pyramid texts were meant to guide the soul through the underworld, warding off evil forces and ensuring a peaceful transition into eternity. Another key source of ancient Egyptian magic is the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and prayers written on papyrus and buried with the deceased to help them navigate the afterlife. Within this book, you'll find spells for protection, guidance, and empowerment, such as the famous weighing of the heart spell, where the deceased's heart is weighed against the feather of truth to determine their fate in the afterlife. If the heart was lighter than the feather, the soul could enter paradise. If heavier, it would be devoured by the monstrous goddess Ammit. Let's not forget the priests and priestesses who played a vital role in performing these magical rituals. Serving as intermediaries between the human and divine realms, these individuals were skilled in the arts of magic and astrology. They used specialized tools like wands, amulets, and statues to channel divine power. The hieroglyphic carvings on these tools were believed to hold magical power, granting the wearer or the person they were used on protection, health, and prosperity. At the heart of Egyptian magic lay a deep reverence for the gods and goddesses, who were believed to possess supernatural powers. Egyptian magic wasn't just about casting spells. It was about invoking the favor of the gods to manipulate the forces of nature and reality itself. The Egyptians developed an elaborate pantheon of deities, each with their own distinct personality and sphere of influence. For instance, Isis, one of the most beloved and powerful goddesses, was associated with magic, healing, and protection. She was often invoked in spells meant to safeguard loved ones or restore health. Isis herself was a master of spells, once using magic to learn the secret name of the sun god Ra, which gave her immense power. Another example is Anubis, the god of mummification and the afterlife, who was often called upon in funerary rites to guide the souls of the dead. His presence was key to ensuring a smooth passage into the afterlife, with spells and prayers invoking his guidance to protect the deceased from the dangers of the underworld. Rituals, too, were central to Egyptian magic. These rituals often involved a combination of spoken spells, symbolic gestures, and offerings to the gods. For example, during the festival of Weepa Trempet, the Egyptian New Year, priests performed elaborate rituals to renew the powers of the pharaoh and ensure prosperity for the kingdom. Ritual tools like ceremonial masks, sistrums, musical instruments used in religious ceremonies, and incense burners were used to call forth the presence of deities and spirits, creating a sacred space for the magical rites to unfold. One particularly powerful and well-known magical ritual was the opening the mouth ceremony, which was performed during the mummification process. This ritual was believed to restore the senses of the dead so they could eat, drink, and speak in the afterlife. The process involved intricate steps, including the use of sacred tools like the adze, a small instrument shaped like a crescent, to symbolically open the mouth and eyes of the deceased. The opening the mouth ritual was more than just a spiritual rite. It was a profound expression of the Egyptians' belief in the continuity of life after death. They understood that death was not the end, but merely a transition to a different existence, and the magic they performed was essential to ensure this transition went smoothly. It also demonstrated their belief in the interconnectedness of the physical and spiritual worlds. Every action taken in this world had ripples in the afterlife. Another fascinating aspect of Egyptian magic is the use of amulets. The ankh, for example, symbolized life and was often placed on mummies to ensure a continuation of life in the afterlife. Amulets of scarab beetles were also used for protection, as they were believed to hold transformative powers. Just as the beetle could transform waste into nourishment, these amulets were thought to bring transformation and regeneration to the soul. The Egyptians also had spells for everyday needs, such as protection against illness, good harvests, or success in personal ventures. One such example is the Sipi of Horus, a type of protective charm that depicted the child god Horus standing on crocodiles while holding dangerous animals. It was meant to protect against bites from venomous creatures and was often placed in homes or temples as a form of spiritual protection. Our journey into the mysteries of ancient Egyptian magic has revealed a complex, multifaceted system that wove together mythology, astrology, and spiritual practices. Egyptian magic wasn't just about casting spells. It was an entire worldview that connected the physical and spiritual worlds. From the divine power of gods like Isis and Anubis to the intricate spells contained in texts like the Book of the Dead, ancient Egyptian magic was central to how they understood life, death, and the cosmos. By exploring the magical texts, rituals, and deities of ancient Egypt, we can gain a deeper appreciation for their ingenuity, creativity, and profound reverence for the mysteries of life and death. Even today, their magical practices continue to intrigue enthusiasts and scholars alike, leaving us to wonder what other secrets might still be hidden in the sands of time. If you enjoyed this exploration of ancient magic, don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out my other videos on mystical traditions from around the world. Did you know Anubis, the iconic Egyptian god of death, wasn't always the ruler of the underworld? Even though we often think of him as the sole guide for souls into the afterlife, his role was far more complicated. In fact, Anubis faced a betrayal that completely changed his destiny, a betrayal that came from the very gods he had loyally served. Today, we'll unravel the untold story of Anubis, the god who was betrayed and lost his throne in the underworld. Anubis, with his jackal head and mysterious presence, is one of the most recognizable gods in Egyptian mythology. To the ancient Egyptians, he represented death, mummification, and the protection of souls as they journeyed into the afterlife. His role was sacred. He was the god who ensured the dead were prepared for their final judgment. In many ways, Anubis was a protector, one who guided the deceased through the most dangerous part of their journey, the afterlife. But there's more to his story than just embalming and guiding souls. He was part of a power struggle, one that would forever change his place among the gods. Anubis's role in the underworld wasn't always stable. While he was initially the god of death, things shifted after the rise of another god, Osiris. As the legend goes, Osiris, the god of fertility and rebirth, was brutally murdered by his own brother, Set, the god of chaos. After Set dismembered Osiris's body and scattered the pieces across Egypt, it was Anubis who helped gather the remains and preserve them, allowing Osiris to be resurrected. It was an act of pure loyalty. But this would become the turning point for Anubis. The gods, particularly Ra, the sun god, recognized Osiris's resurrection and decided that Osiris should be given dominion over the afterlife. This decision left Anubis in a secondary role, demoted from the ruler of the underworld to the god of mummification and embalming. Anubis, who had loyally served the dead for centuries, was suddenly cast aside. It wasn't just a demotion. It was a betrayal from Ra and Osiris, the very gods Anubis had assisted. So, what exactly led to this betrayal? Let's take a step back and explore the mythological history that shaped this conflict. Long before Osiris came into power, Anubis had reigned as the primary god of death. His primary role was to ensure that the souls of the dead were protected and prepared for their journey into the underworld. He was the one who developed the process of mummification, which became a cornerstone of Egyptian funerary practices. The Egyptians believed that through mummification, the dead could be preserved for their resurrection and judgment in the afterlife. Anubis took great care in preparing the dead, ensuring they were ready to meet their fate. The turning point came when Osiris entered the scene. Osiris wasn't originally a god associated with death. He was a god of fertility, agriculture, and the natural cycles of life. But when Set, driven by jealousy, murdered him and scattered his body, Osiris's fate changed forever. Anubis, along with Isis and Nephthys, worked tirelessly to recover the pieces of Osiris's body. Anubis used his skills of embalming to preserve Osiris, helping him become the first being to be resurrected. Ra, seeing the miraculous resurrection of Osiris, believed that Osiris should rule the underworld, for he had died and returned. It seemed only fitting that a god who had experienced death should now preside over it. But in making this decision, Ra overlooked the dedication and loyalty that Anubis had shown. Anubis, who had been the god of the dead for generations, was now stripped of his primary role. It was a deep betrayal, one that would forever change Anubis's place in Egyptian mythology. Despite this, Anubis remained loyal. He did not rebel against Osiris or Ra. Instead, he accepted his new role as the god of embalming, ensuring that the dead would continue to be properly prepared for their journey into the afterlife. He became the protector of tombs and was often depicted standing guard over the mummified bodies of the dead. He even performed the weighing of the heart ceremony, where the hearts of the deceased were measured against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and justice. Though he no longer ruled the underworld, Anubis still played a vital role in determining the fate of souls. The climactic moment in Anubis's story comes when Ra officially hands over the title of Lord of the Underworld to Osiris. Anubis, who had been the sole ruler of the dead, was now reduced to an assistant, a helper in the grand scheme of the afterlife. This transition wasn't just about power. It represented a shift in how the ancient Egyptians viewed death itself. With Osiris as the ruler of the underworld, death was no longer a final end, but rather a path to resurrection and eternal life. Anubis's demotion signified this change. Death, which was once feared, became something more complex, a cycle of death and rebirth, governed by Osiris. Yet Anubis did not resist this change. Instead, he continued to play his part in the grand design of the gods, albeit in a different capacity. But the betrayal didn't come without its consequences. Anubis's presence began to diminish in later Egyptian mythology. While he was still respected, Osiris took the spotlight, becoming the most prominent god associated with the afterlife. Anubis's loyalty, while admirable, led to his reduced status in the pantheon. The gods had betrayed him, and in a way, so did the people, as Osiris's cult grew in prominence while Anubis's faded into the background. Yet, even with this betrayal, Anubis's role in Egyptian mythology remained significant. His image, with the black jackal head, symbolizes death, protection, and mummification. Even though he was overshadowed by Osiris, Anubis continues to evoke mystery and reverence in the stories of ancient Egypt. In the end, Anubis's story isn't just about death. It's about loyalty, betrayal, and the shifting power dynamics among the gods. Despite being betrayed by Ra and Osiris, Anubis remained a vital part of the afterlife, ensuring that souls were protected and that death remained sacred. His loyalty, even in the face of betrayal, made him one of the most enduring figures in Egyptian mythology. Anubis reminds us that sometimes, even when we give everything, we might still be pushed aside. But true loyalty, like that of Anubis, isn't about power, it's about duty. And though his role may have changed, Anubis's presence continues to loom large over the Egyptian afterlife. What do you think of Anubis's story? Does it change your perspective on this mysterious god of death? Let me know in the comments. And if you're fascinated by tales of ancient Egyptian mythology, make sure to hit that subscribe button and check out our next video where we explore the rise of Osiris and the battle between him and Set. Stay tuned for more mythological mysteries. Cleopatra VII, the last active ruler of the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt, is often remembered for her intelligence, beauty, and her relationships with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. But what many people don't realize is that before she ever became involved with the Romans, Cleopatra had to navigate a dangerous political landscape within her own family. Her relationships with her brothers were more than just family squabbles. They were battles for survival, control, and the future of Egypt. Cleopatra's family, the Ptolemies, were no strangers to infighting. Since the dynasty's foundation, sibling rivalry had been a common theme in their pursuit of power. Cleopatra's rise to power was no exception. Born into a royal family where alliances and betrayals were the norm, Cleopatra found herself in a constant power struggle with her younger brothers, Ptolemy XIII and Ptolemy XIV. Let's start with Ptolemy XIII, her younger brother and first co-ruler. By ancient Egyptian custom, Cleopatra and Ptolemy XIII were married when she ascended the throne, but this was purely a political arrangement. Cleopatra was 18 at the time, and Ptolemy XIII was only about 10 years old. As you can imagine, ruling alongside a child wasn't easy. Cleopatra was determined to rule in her own right, but Ptolemy XII's advisors, led by a cunning eunuch named Pothinus, quickly began to undermine her authority. Tensions between Cleopatra and Ptolemy XIII grew rapidly. Cleopatra's attempts to assert dominance were met with resistance, leading to a civil war that would soon engulf Egypt. Ptolemy's advisors convinced him that Cleopatra was too powerful and that she needed to be removed from power entirely. In a drastic move, Ptolemy XIII and his council forced Cleopatra to flee Alexandria. However, Cleopatra was not one to be easily defeated. She sought refuge and aligned herself with one of the most powerful men in the world, Julius Caesar. In what is perhaps one of the most legendary moments of her life, Cleopatra had herself smuggled into Caesar's chambers, reportedly rolled up in a carpet, to plead her case. This bold move won her Caesar's favor, and with his military backing, she was able to return to Alexandria, sparking the Alexandrian War. The war culminated in the infamous Battle of the Nile, where Caesar's forces decisively defeated Ptolemy XII's army. Ptolemy XIII, in a desperate attempt to escape, drowned in the Nile River. Cleopatra had successfully regained her throne, but the cost of this victory was the life of her own brother. Even after the death of Ptolemy XIII, Cleopatra's troubles were far from over. She now had to share power with another of her younger brothers, Ptolemy XIV, who she married according to tradition. But, much like her previous co-regency, this was merely a facade. Cleopatra maintained full control over Egypt, while Ptolemy XIV, who was still a boy, had little say in matters of state. Once again, Cleopatra relied on her intelligence and political savvy to maintain power, but she didn't just stop there. After Caesar's assassination in 44 BC, Cleopatra was quick to align herself with Mark Antony, one of Rome's most powerful men and Caesar's ally. This alliance, both romantic and political, strengthened Cleopatra's position but further strained her relationship with her brother Ptolemy XIV. Some sources suggest that Cleopatra saw her younger brother as a potential threat to her rule, and in a move that stunned even her contemporaries, she had Ptolemy XIV poisoned, clearing the way for her son, Caesarion, fathered by Julius Caesar, to become her co-ruler. This ruthless decision highlights just how far Cleopatra was willing to go to secure her throne. She knew that any potential rival could weaken her grip on power, and in the cutthroat world of ancient politics, family ties often came second to survival. Cleopatra's reign was marked by more than just these familial betrayals. The Ptolemaic dynasty was one of the most tumultuous in ancient history, and Cleopatra's relationships with her brothers are a prime example of how power struggles within royal families could shape the course of history. Cleopatra herself had witnessed the brutal tactics of her predecessors. For example, her father, Ptolemy XII, had been forced into exile after losing the support of the Alexandrian people, only to return with the help of Roman forces. This pattern of relying on foreign intervention to secure the throne was not new, but Cleopatra mastered it in a way that was unprecedented. It's important to understand that ancient Egypt during Cleopatra's time was not the Egypt of the grand pyramids and pharaohs of old. By this point, Egypt had been under foreign rule for centuries, and the Ptolemies themselves were of Macedonian Greek origin, not native Egyptians. Cleopatra, however, was unique among the Ptolemies in that she embraced Egyptian culture more fully than her predecessors. She spoke the Egyptian language, adopted religious symbols, and portrayed herself as the reincarnation of the goddess Isis. This helped to endear her to the Egyptian people, even as she navigated the dangerous waters of her own family's treachery. The Ptolemaic dynasty had always been marked by sibling rivalry and intrigue. For example, Cleopatra's own ancestors had seen similar struggles for power. Ptolemy VIII, known as Ptolemy Physcon, had famously married his niece, Cleopatra II, only to later marry her daughter, Cleopatra III, creating a web of family alliances and betrayals that spanned generations. Cleopatra was well aware of this history and knew that if she didn't act decisively, she could easily end up like her predecessors, overthrown or even dead. And of course, we can't discuss Cleopatra's story without mentioning her infamous relationship with Mark Antony. While her involvement with Julius Caesar had solidified her hold on power, her alliance with Antony would ultimately lead to her downfall. Their partnership, while initially successful, angered Rome, particularly Octavian, Caesar's heir and future Emperor Augustus. The Roman propaganda machine went into full swing, portraying Cleopatra as a manipulative seductress who had bewitched Antony, threatening the very stability of Rome. Their eventual defeat at the Battle of Actium marked the beginning of the end for Cleopatra's reign. But despite her dramatic downfall, Cleopatra's legacy endured. Her ability to navigate the treacherous world of politics, both within her family and on the international stage, remains a testament to her intelligence and resourcefulness. She was more than just a beautiful queen. She was a shrewd political operator who understood the importance of alliances, strategy, and timing. In the end, Cleopatra's relationships with her brothers were a key factor in her rise to power, but they also highlight the brutal realities of life as a ruler in ancient Egypt. Her willingness to betray her own blood to secure her throne shows just how high the stakes were. Yet, despite the betrayals, wars, and tragic endings, Cleopatra remains one of the most fascinating and complex figures in history. Her reign might have ended in tragedy, but her legacy lives on, not just as a queen who was involved with two of Rome's most powerful men, but as a ruler who fought tooth and nail to maintain her hold on Egypt. Cleopatra's story is a reminder that power, especially in the ancient world, often came at a steep price. Thanks for watching. If you want to dive deeper into the secrets of ancient Egypt and Cleopatra's world, make sure to check out our video on the mysterious and shocking truths behind the construction of the pyramids. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and let us know in the comments. What do you think was Cleopatra's greatest strength as a ruler? Did you know that the legacy of ancient Egyptian pharaohs still influences our world today? From the grand pyramids that touch the sky to the intricate tales of power, intrigue, and divine rule, the story of the pharaohs captivates our imagination. Join me as we journey through the rich history of these kings and queens of ancient Egypt. Welcome to our exploration of the pharaohs, those enigmatic rulers who governed one of history's most powerful civilizations. Their reigns were marked by monumental achievements, dramatic narratives, and profound cultural impact. Today, we'll delve into their lives, examining famous figures like Ramses II, Tutankhamun, and Cleopatra, and uncovering the enduring legacy they left behind. The story begins with the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt around 3100 BCE. Narmer, also known as Menes, is credited with this monumental achievement, symbolized by the Narmer palette, which depicts his victory. The pharaohs were considered divine rulers, intermediaries between the gods and the people, a belief that justified their absolute power. This divine kingship established a strong connection between the pharaoh and the gods, shaping the political and religious landscape of ancient Egypt. One of the most renowned pharaohs was Ramses II, often referred to as Ramses the Great. His reign from 1279 to 1213 BCE was marked by monumental construction projects, including the iconic temples at Abu Simbel, which were carved out of a mountainside to honor himself and the gods. Ramses II also engaged in significant military campaigns, most notably the Battle of Kadesh, where he faced off against the Hittites. His strategic prowess and impressive peace treaty showcased his ability to maintain stability in a tumultuous period. Next, we turn to Tutankhamun, the boy king who ascended the throne at just 9 years old. His reign may have been short-lived, but it became legendary after the discovery of his nearly intact tomb in 1922 by Howard Carter. The treasures found within, including his famous golden mask, offered invaluable insights into ancient Egyptian burial practices and material culture. Tutankhamun's restoration of traditional polytheistic worship after the monotheistic reign of Akhenaten further illustrates the dynamic nature of ancient Egyptian religion. No discussion of pharaohs would be complete without Cleopatra VII, the last pharaoh of Egypt. Known for her intelligence and political acumen, she forged alliances with powerful Roman leaders, including Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, to preserve her kingdom's independence amidst Roman expansion. Cleopatra's reign marked a significant cultural exchange between Rome and Egypt, influencing art, literature, and politics. Her dramatic life and untimely death symbolized the end of an era, as Egypt transitioned from a pharaonic dynasty to Roman rule. The construction of the pyramid stands as one of the most enduring legacies of the pharaohs. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built for Pharaoh Khufu, remains a testament to the ingenuity and ambition of ancient Egyptian engineering. Theories about how these monumental structures were built range from the use of a massive labor force to sophisticated ramps and levers. Each pyramid served not just as a tomb, but also as a symbol of the pharaoh's divine status and their journey into the afterlife. The pharaohs were deeply entwined with Egyptian mythology and religion. Major gods like Osiris, Isis, and Ra played crucial roles in daily life and governance. The pharaoh was often seen as the living embodiment of Horus, the sky god, and their reign was justified through the myth of divine order. Elaborate burial practices, including mummification and the construction of elaborate tombs, reflected the belief in an afterlife, ensuring the pharaoh's continued influence beyond death. While male pharaohs often dominated history, powerful women also shaped ancient Egypt. Hatshepsut, one of the few female pharaohs, ruled during the 18th dynasty and is known for her ambitious building projects, including her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari. Nefertiti, the wife of Akhenaten, played a significant role in promoting the worship of the sun god Aten. Their reigns illustrate the vital contributions of women in a male-dominated society. The decline of pharaonic power was gradual, influenced by internal strife, foreign invasions, and economic challenges. As Egypt faced incursions from the Libyans, Nubians, and eventually the Persians, the centralized power of the pharaohs weakened. The shift from divine kingship to foreign rule marked a significant transformation in Egyptian society. The pharaohs of ancient Egypt were not just rulers. They were cultural icons whose legacies continue to inspire awe and fascination. Their stories remind us of the complexity of leadership, the significance of cultural exchange, and the enduring impact of history on our modern world. What fascinates you the most about ancient Egyptian pharaohs? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more captivating tales from history. Join me as I dig deep into the mysteries of the Sphinx and try to uncover secrets buried in the desert sand. The Great Sphinx of Giza is one of the most iconic and mysterious monuments of ancient Egypt, standing watch over the pyramids and shrouded in secrecy and speculation for thousands of years. It has captured the imagination of historians, archaeologists, and travelers alike, each wondering about its true origins, purpose, and the stories hidden within its stone. But when it comes to unraveling the secrets of the Sphinx, historians and archaeologists face a multitude of challenges. One of the greatest obstacles in uncovering its secrets is the lack of written records. Unlike many other Egyptian monuments, there are no inscriptions or detailed accounts that explain its construction or purpose. This has led scholars to rely on theories, many of which are based on the surrounding archaeological context and the study of pharaonic history. Another challenge lies in the sheer age of the Sphinx. Believed to have been constructed around 2500 BC during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, the monument has withstood millennia of erosion from the desert's harsh winds and sands. The relentless elements have eroded its surface, erasing intricate details and making it more difficult to determine its original appearance. On top of that, the Sphinx has undergone multiple restorations over the centuries, some of which may have altered its original features. These renovations have created more questions than answers about what is truly original and what was added later. To make matters worse, treasure hunters and looters have disrupted the surrounding area in search of valuables, further complicating efforts to understand its history. Despite these challenges, one of the prevailing theories is that the Sphinx was built as a monument to Pharaoh Khafre, whose pyramid stands nearby. Many scholars believe the Sphinx represents the likeness of Khafre himself, symbolizing his divine power and strength. This theory is supported by the Sphinx's proximity to the Khafre pyramid and its alignment with the architectural elements of the Giza Plateau. However, alternative theories suggest the Sphinx may have served other purposes. Some believe it could have been a guardian of the pyramids, standing watch over the sacred tombs of the pharaohs. Others speculate that the Sphinx was a symbol of divine wisdom, reflecting the pharaoh's role as a mediator between the gods and the people. In recent years, the discovery of tunnels and passageways beneath the Sphinx has added a new layer of intrigue. These hidden chambers, which have only been partially explored, may hold the key to understanding the true purpose of the Sphinx. Some researchers believe these tunnels could lead to undiscovered artifacts or texts that shed light on the monument's construction and significance. Could these chambers contain the lost knowledge of the ancient builders, or are they the result of later modifications? One of the most controversial theories surrounding the Sphinx is that it might be much older than traditionally believed. Some geologists studying erosion patterns on the Sphinx's body have proposed that the monument was exposed to significant rainfall and flooding, possibly during the end of the last ice age, around 10,000 BC. If true, this would place the construction of the Sphinx thousands of years before the reign of Khafre, potentially making it one of the oldest monuments on Earth. This theory, known as the water erosion hypothesis, has sparked fierce debate among scholars. If the Sphinx truly predates the pyramids, it would force us to reconsider everything we know about early Egyptian civilization. It could suggest that an earlier, lost civilization built the Sphinx, and that much of Egypt's monumental architecture may have been inspired by this forgotten era. Beyond its construction and purpose, the Sphinx has long been a symbol of mystery, power, and wisdom. Its lion body and human head are believed to represent the combination of animal strength and human intelligence, qualities that the ancient Egyptians revered. Some also associate the Sphinx with the sun god Ra, as it faces east toward the rising sun. This alignment has led to speculation that the Sphinx played a role in solar worship, possibly acting as a protector or symbol of rebirth and renewal. In modern culture, the Sphinx's enigmatic presence continues to captivate the imagination. From movies and books to documentaries and artwork, the Sphinx has become an enduring symbol of mystery and the quest for knowledge. It has appeared in countless biographies and historical profiles, representing the endless pursuit of uncovering the truth about our past. Its image serves as a reminder that even in the modern world, there are still secrets left to be discovered, waiting to be unearthed by those who dare to seek them. As we continue to explore the mysteries of the Sphinx, we are reminded that the pursuit of knowledge is never complete. There are always new questions to ask, new secrets to uncover, and new discoveries to be made. The Great Sphinx of Giza is not just a monument from the past. It is a living symbol of humanity's curiosity and determination to understand the world around us. Thanks for joining me on this journey into the heart of the Sphinx. If you have any thoughts or theories about this ancient enigma, I'd love to hear them in the comments below. And if you'd like me to explore more ancient mysteries in future videos, let me know. Atlas, the strongest of the Titans, was condemned to an eternity of holding up the sky. But was his punishment truly deserved, or was it an overreaction by Zeus? In today's video, we're diving deep into the myth of Atlas to uncover whether the punishment fit the crime, or if there's more to the story than meets the eye. Greek mythology is filled with powerful gods, rebellious titans, and epic punishments. One of the most famous punishments is the story of Atlas. As a leader of the Titans in their battle against Zeus and the Olympians, Atlas faced a fate that would change his life forever. After the Titans were defeated in the Titanomachy, the great war between the old gods and the new, Zeus sentenced Atlas to hold the weight of the heavens on his shoulders for all eternity. But was this punishment really justified, or was Atlas simply a victim of Zeus' wrath? To understand Atlas' fate, we have to go back to the beginning. The Titanomachy was an all-out war between the Titans, led by Cronus, and the Olympians, led by Zeus. Atlas wasn't just any Titan. He was a commander, a symbol of strength, and a close ally of Cronus. In many versions of the myth, he's depicted as one of the most dedicated fighters against the Olympian gods, standing tall and fearless in the face of Zeus' rebellion. When the Olympians won the war, Zeus had a choice: forgive or punish. For most Titans, the punishment was imprisonment in Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld. But for Atlas, Zeus had something far more personal in mind. Instead of being thrown into Tartarus like his fellow Titans, Atlas was given a unique and symbolic punishment: holding up the heavens on his shoulders. In some interpretations, this means holding up the sky to separate it from the earth. It's a burden that represents not just physical strength, but also immense responsibility. But why Atlas? Many myths suggest that Atlas' punishment was meant to be a warning, a reminder to anyone who dared to defy Zeus. Atlas wasn't just any Titan. He was one of the key players in the war, and by making him bear the weight of the heavens, Zeus asserted his dominance over both the Titans and the universe itself. Now, let's dive into the real question. Did Atlas deserve this punishment? On one hand, he did actively fight against the Olympians and sought to keep the Titans in power. But compared to other punishments, was this fate too harsh? Other Titans, like Cronus, were simply imprisoned in Tartarus. Prometheus, another famous Titan, suffered daily torment, but even his punishment eventually ended. In contrast, Atlas' punishment was never-ending. It wasn't just painful, it was isolating. Condemned to hold up the sky for all eternity, Atlas was separated from both the earth below and the gods above. Some scholars believe that this punishment was symbolic of more than just rebellion. Atlas, in a way, represented the burden of leadership and responsibility. His fate could be interpreted as Zeus' way of forcing Atlas to bear the weight of the world, literally and figuratively, for his actions. The image of Atlas, carrying the heavens on his shoulders, has become one of the most enduring symbols in mythology. In fact, even today, we often refer to people who bear heavy responsibilities as having the weight of the world on their shoulders. But what's interesting is how different cultures and periods interpreted Atlas' punishment. In some ancient art, Atlas is depicted as a tragic figure, yet forever burdened. This can be seen as a metaphor for endurance in the face of hardship. Some versions of the myth even suggest that Atlas wasn't being punished, but rather, he was chosen because he was the only one strong enough to hold up the heavens. Was Zeus perhaps acknowledging Atlas' strength, even in defeat? Atlas' story didn't end with his punishment. He appears in other myths as well, most notably when the hero Heracles, or Hercules, comes to him for help during his 12 labors. Heracles needed the golden apples from the Garden of the Hesperides, and Atlas, being the father of the Hesperides, knew the way. For a brief moment, Atlas was free from his burden. Heracles took his place, holding the heavens while Atlas retrieved the apples. However, when Atlas tried to trick Heracles into carrying the heavens forever, Heracles outsmarted him and left Atlas to resume his eternal task. This part of the myth adds another layer to Atlas' character, one of cunning, perhaps desperation, but ultimately a return to his fate. So, did Atlas deserve his punishment? Atlas' fate feels disproportionate to his crime. After all, he was just one of many titans who opposed Zeus. But Zeus' decision to make Atlas bear the weight of the heavens wasn't just about punishment. It was about sending a message. Atlas' story continues to captivate us because it resonates with the concept of strength, responsibility, and the price of rebellion. His punishment was not just physical, but deeply symbolic, and it continues to remind us of the balance of power and the burdens that come with leadership. What do you think? Was Atlas' punishment fair? Or was Zeus simply asserting his dominance? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the myths and legends of ancient history. If you enjoyed this video, check out my other videos on Greek mythology, where we explore the fascinating stories of the gods, titans. Join me as I dive into the wild world of Seth, the Egyptian god of chaos and disorder, and see if I can uncover his secrets while tackling some chaotic challenges along the way. Seth has often been considered one of the more controversial figures in Egyptian mythology, but there's so much more to him than his role as a troublemaker. He's a god of complexity, duality, and balance. And by the end of this video, you'll see why. So, buckle up as we tackle Seth's wild and often misunderstood story. Now, Seth is known as the god of chaos, but let's explore what that really means. On the surface, his name is associated with disorder, but Seth wasn't just some random force of destruction. He had a significant role in maintaining the balance of the universe. Despite his chaotic nature, Seth was necessary for keeping the forces of creation and destruction in harmony. So, how does a god known for causing so much chaos also become vital to the world's balance? Let's find out. For the ancient Egyptians, balance was everything. Without it, the world would descend into chaos. But here's where things get interesting. Chaos wasn't always bad. Seth, as the god of chaos, was paradoxically also the protector of pharaohs, especially in the afterlife. While Seth might seem like a destructive force, he was also the one who kept the forces of the underworld in check. Isn't it fascinating that this god, who represents so much disruption, could also be seen as a protector? Seth's dual nature is what makes him so captivating. On the one hand, he was the god of the desert and foreign lands, places that were seen as hostile and dangerous. Because of this, he was sometimes seen as an outsider among the other Egyptian gods. His connection to the barren, desolate desert lands made him a figure of fear and awe. But on the other hand, Seth had his moments of heroism. For example, He defended the sun god Ra from the monstrous serpent Apophis during Ra's nightly journey through the underworld. Talk about a wild ride. But despite these positive moments, Seth is most famous, or should I say infamous, for his role in the myth of Osiris. According to Egyptian legend, Seth killed his brother Osiris, the god of the afterlife, cutting his body into pieces and scattering them across Egypt. But the story doesn't end there. Osiris' wife, Isis, gathered the pieces and, with the help of magic, brought him back to life just long enough to conceive their son, Horus. Now, here's where the epic battle comes in. Seth wasn't exactly thrilled about Horus, the son of Osiris, claiming the throne of Egypt. What followed was one of the most intense rivalries in all of mythology, Seth versus Horus. Their battles weren't just physical. They were symbolic of the struggle between chaos and order. While Horus represented light, justice, and kingship, Seth represented disorder and the unknown. This conflict wasn't just about two gods fighting. It was a representation of the eternal struggle that the Egyptians believed governed the universe. Seth's defeat by Horus marked a significant turning point in Egyptian mythology. Horus became the king of Egypt, and Seth, the god of chaos, was cast into the desert. But even then, Seth's role wasn't over. The Egyptians knew that chaos was never truly vanquished. It was simply kept at bay. This delicate balance between Seth's chaotic nature and Horus' order was essential to the Egyptians' understanding of the universe. Seth's story is a reminder that even chaos has its place in the grand scheme of things. While he might be feared for his destructive tendencies, he also had moments of heroism and protection. In the end, Seth symbolizes the eternal struggle between chaos and order, forces that are not just opposites, but parts of a whole. So, next time you think about chaos, remember Seth and how even the most disruptive forces can have a purpose in maintaining balance. Thanks for joining me on this deep dive into the world of Seth, the Egyptian god of chaos and disorder. If you enjoyed learning about his complex role in Egyptian mythology, hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments. Which part of Seth's story surprised you the most? And don't forget to subscribe for more videos on ancient myths and legends. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. Join me as I dive into the mystery of the Trojan War to see if I can find real archaeological evidence that backs up Homer's Iliad. The Trojan War, an epic tale of love, honor, and war, has captivated human imagination for millennia. From Homer's ancient epic poem, the Iliad, to modern-day Hollywood blockbusters, the story of Troy has been retold and reinterpreted countless times. But as we immerse ourselves in this world of heroism and tragedy, a nagging question lingers. Did the Trojan War actually happen, or is it just a product of ancient Greek mythology? This question has intrigued scholars, archaeologists, and historians for centuries. The challenge of distinguishing between myth and historical fact is not an easy one. On the one hand, we have the Iliad, a literary masterpiece brimming with gods, larger-than-life heroes, and divine intervention in human affairs. On the other hand, we have the archaeological record, which, while much more grounded in physical evidence, leaves us with many unanswered questions. How do we separate the mythological embellishments from possible historical events? One of the reasons this debate has persisted for so long is that the Iliad is a work of literature, not a historical account in the traditional sense. As an epic poem, it blends history, mythology, and legend, leaving modern scholars with the task of sorting fact from fiction. The debate over the reality of the Trojan War begins with these literary questions, but it extends deep into the realm of archaeology. Those who believe that the Trojan War was purely a myth point to the numerous anachronisms in the Iliad. The presence of gods on the battlefield, Achilles' near invincibility, and the wooden horse used to trick the Trojans into their own demise, all make it difficult to believe that such events could have any historical basis. However, others argue that, despite its mythological aspects, the Iliad's attention to geographical details and the vivid description of Troy itself point to the possibility that Homer was drawing upon real historical events. This brings us to the archaeological record. Is there any evidence that can either support or refute the idea that the Trojan War, or at least some form of it, really took place? One of the key figures in the search for Troy was Heinrich Schliemann, a German archaeologist who, in the 19th century, believed he had uncovered the remains of the ancient city of Troy in modern-day Turkey. His discovery at a site called Hizarlik unearthed what he thought were the ruins of the city described in Homer's Iliad. However, Schliemann's methods were controversial. Critics argue that his excavation techniques were crude by today's standards, and that his eagerness to match his finds to Homer's story may have led him to interpret the evidence too optimistically. Nonetheless, the discovery of Hizarlik opened the door to serious scholarly investigation. Archaeologists who followed in Schliemann's footsteps uncovered evidence that suggests that the site had been occupied for thousands of years, with layers upon layers of cities built atop one another. This layered cake of destruction and rebuilding provides a tantalizing puzzle. If there really was a Trojan War, which layer of the city might correspond to the one destroyed in Homer's account? One layer in particular has drawn significant attention, known as Troy VIA. This layer dates back to approximately 1180 BCE, around the time the Trojan War is thought to have occurred. The city in this layer shows clear signs of violent destruction, possibly by fire, which corresponds with Homer's description of the fall of Troy. Some of the artifacts found in this layer, including pottery and gold jewelry, suggest a culture that closely resembles that of the Mycenaean Greeks, who were said to have besieged Troy in the Iliad. However, the lack of direct evidence, such as weapons or armor that could be definitively linked to the Greek invaders, leaves room for doubt. Critics argue that the destruction of Troy VIA could have been caused by a variety of factors, including natural disasters, local conflicts, or invasions by other groups, rather than by a grand war between the Greeks and Trojans, as described in the Iliad. This is where the debate intensifies. Proponents of the historical Trojan War theory point to the circumstantial evidence, the convergence of archaeological findings, the linguistic clues in Homer's text, and the cultural exchange between the Mycenaeans and the people of Troy as strong indicators that the story may have roots in real events. They argue that the epic poem, while embellished with mythological details, could have been based on an actual conflict, with the characters and events exaggerated over time. On the other hand, skeptics argue that while Troy may have been a real place and could have experienced a conflict, the war described by Homer is more likely a fictionalized version of various historical events, amalgamated into one grand story. They point to the lack of direct evidence tying the city's destruction to a Greek invasion and the absence of conclusive artifacts, such as Mycenaean weaponry, that would support the Iliad-esque narrative. Another piece of the puzzle lies in the cultural significance of the Iliad itself. Homer's epic was written centuries after the events it describes are thought to have occurred, during a time when oral tradition was the primary means of preserving history. It's possible that the Iliad represents a collective memory of various wars fought by the Mycenaeans, with the story of Troy standing in as a symbol for these broader conflicts. Despite the gaps in the archaeological record, it's hard to ignore the compelling details that suggest there may be more to the story than mere myth. The fact that the Iliad provides such vivid descriptions of places, characters, and events has led some scholars to suggest that it could be based on real historical figures, with Achilles, Hector, and Agamemnon possibly inspired by actual leaders of the time. As we piece together the evidence from Hizarlik, the ongoing excavations continue to reveal more about the ancient city of Troy. Each new discovery brings us closer to understanding whether the Trojan War was a historical event, a poetic retelling of real conflicts, or a masterful blend of fact and fiction. Scholars have discovered more artifacts that shed light on life in ancient Troy, including tools, remnants of fortifications, and intricate ceramics, further enhancing our understanding of this enigmatic city. In my opinion, the most compelling argument for the historical authenticity of the Trojan War comes from the sheer accumulation of circumstantial evidence. While each individual piece of evidence may be open to interpretation, the convergence of multiple lines of evidence, from the archaeological record to the linguistic and cultural analysis of the Iliad, suggests that there may be more to the story than just myth. Of course, this is not to say that the events described in the Iliad happened exactly as written, but rather that there may be a kernel of truth hidden beneath the layers of myth and legend. So, what's the verdict? Did the Trojan War actually happen, Or is it just a product of ancient Greek imagination? The debate will likely continue for generations to come, with each new discovery shedding more light on the mystery. One thing is certain, however: the search for Troy is a testament to human curiosity and our enduring fascination with the past. Thanks for joining me on this journey into the heart of the Trojan War mystery. If you've got thoughts on the subject, be sure to share them in the comments below. And if you're ready to dive into more historical mysteries, be sure to check out my next video. Prepare to embark on an extraordinary journey that will challenge everything you think you know about human history. Could it be that ancient civilizations were not as isolated as we've always believed? What if humanity's greatest achievements, the construction of the pyramids, the creation of the Nazca lines, and other monumental feats, weren't solely the work of mankind, but influenced by visitors from beyond our world? The theory of ancient aliens has fascinated and mystified people for decades. Today, we're diving deep into Erich von Daniken's groundbreaking book and documentary, Chariots of the Gods, which raises an astonishing question. Were ancient civilizations visited by extraterrestrial beings? Stick around as we uncover mind-blowing evidence that might change the way you see history forever. The idea of extraterrestrial contact with ancient civilizations, known as the ancient astronaut theory, suggests that aliens may have played a role in shaping human history. This theory, popularized by Erich von Daniken, argues that some of our ancestors' greatest achievements, from advanced architecture to complex knowledge of the stars, were either influenced or directly aided by beings from other worlds. But why would extraterrestrials visit Earth? And what clues did they leave behind to prove it? Many point to ancient texts, strange artifacts, and inexplicable structures that continue to baffle historians and scientists alike. Let's start by examining one of the most iconic mysteries: the Pyramids of Giza. These massive, perfectly aligned structures are more than just impressive tombs for Egypt's ancient rulers. Some argue that their advanced design and precise construction hint at knowledge far beyond what should have been possible for the time. The Great Pyramid, for example, was constructed with such accuracy that modern engineers are still puzzled by how it was achieved without modern technology. Were the Egyptians using knowledge imparted by extraterrestrials? And if so, what was the true purpose of these towering monuments? Another enigmatic site is the Nazca lines in Peru. Sprawling across the desert floor, these massive geoglyphs can only be fully appreciated from the sky. They depict animals, geometric shapes, and humanoid figures, leading some to believe they were created as messages or markers for visitors from above. The question remains: why would an ancient civilization create such intricate designs if they could only be seen from the air? Could the Nazca people have been communicating with beings who could fly? But it's not just the structures that raise questions. There are countless ancient artifacts and texts that suggest extraterrestrial contact. Take, for example, the ancient Sumerian tablets. These texts, dating back thousands of years, describe beings called the Anunnaki, who came down from the sky to teach humanity the arts of civilization. Were the Anunnaki simply mythological gods, or could they have been extraterrestrial visitors sharing advanced knowledge with early humans? Then there's the mystery of the ancient Indian texts, particularly the Vedas, which contain descriptions of flying machines called Vimanas. These ancient scriptures speak of celestial beings piloting these flying crafts across the skies, engaging in aerial battles, and traveling between worlds. It's fascinating to think that the concept of flying vehicles existed in human imagination long before modern technology made it possible. Could these stories have been inspired by real-life encounters with advanced alien technology? Perhaps one of the most compelling and debated pieces of evidence comes from the Bible itself. In the book of Ezekiel, the prophet describes a strange vision of a whirlwind coming from the north, accompanied by a fiery wheel within a wheel. The object was described as being full of eyes and capable of moving in any direction without turning. While traditional interpretations of this vision lean toward the spiritual, some researchers believe Ezekiel might have been describing a close encounter with an extraterrestrial spacecraft. The wheel within a wheel is remarkably similar to modern descriptions of UFOs. Could it be that Ezekiel witnessed something far beyond his comprehension? These ancient stories raise an interesting question. Could many of the gods and deities worshipped by ancient civilizations have actually been extraterrestrial visitors? Throughout history, there are countless examples of gods descending from the heavens to interact with humans. From the Greek gods on Mount Olympus to the divine rulers of ancient Egypt, these beings were often depicted as possessing incredible power and advanced knowledge. But what if these gods weren't supernatural beings at all? What if they were visitors from another planet, mistaken by early humans for deities? Some researchers argue that extraterrestrials may have influenced religious beliefs around the world, leaving behind symbols and rituals that we still practice today. From the mysterious depictions of winged figures in ancient Sumerian art to the fiery chariots described in religious texts, the parallels between stories of gods and potential alien encounters are hard to ignore. Of course, not everyone is convinced. Mainstream historians and archaeologists often dismiss the ancient astronaut theory as pseudoscience, arguing that human ingenuity alone is enough to explain the marvels of ancient architecture and technology. They point out that many of the so-called evidence for alien contact can be explained through traditional methods, such as human experimentation and ingenuity over time. Critics also argue that attributing human achievements to extraterrestrial intervention undermines the capabilities of our ancestors. But for every skeptic, there are also believers who point to the unanswered questions. Why do so many ancient cultures, separated by vast distances and time, have similar myths about beings from the sky? How could civilizations with no contact with each other have developed such advanced knowledge of astronomy, engineering, and mathematics? Could it be more than just coincidence? Whether you believe in the ancient astronaut theory or not, one thing is certain. The mysteries of our past are far from fully understood. From the unexplained structures that continue to baffle scientists to the ancient texts that speak of celestial beings, there's still so much we don't know about our own history. And as we continue to explore the possibilities, the question remains: could we be looking at the remnants of a forgotten encounter with extraterrestrial visitors? So, what do you think? Are ancient aliens responsible for some of the greatest mysteries of human history? Or is it just an imaginative theory? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to hit the like button if you enjoyed this deep dive into the unknown. If you're fascinated by ancient mysteries and the possibility of extraterrestrial contact, be sure to subscribe for more content that explores the questions that could change how we see the world. Thanks for watching, and stay curious. Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of ancient Egypt, was one of history's most captivating figures. Her life was filled with power, romance, and political intrigue, but it was her tragic final days that truly shaped her enduring legacy. Cleopatra's demise wasn't just the fall of a queen. It marked the end of an era. Today, we're diving deep into the complex events leading up to her tragic death and trying to piece together the real story behind her last moments. After the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BCE, Cleopatra found herself in an incredibly precarious position. Julius Caesar had been both her lover and protector, and with him gone, her once secure alliance with Rome was suddenly unstable. Egypt was a prosperous but vulnerable kingdom, already weakened by internal strife and years of war. Cleopatra knew that in order to keep her kingdom alive, she had to quickly navigate the shifting political landscape that followed Caesar's death. She was up against not just rivals within Egypt, but a rapidly changing Roman Empire. In the aftermath of Caesar's assassination, Rome descended into chaos, and a new power struggle erupted. Cleopatra's first move was to align herself with another Roman power player, Mark Antony. Antony was one of Caesar's most trusted generals and a member of the powerful triumvirate that now controlled Rome, along with Octavian and Lepidus. Cleopatra and Antony's relationship wasn't just strategic, it was also passionate. Antony was drawn to Cleopatra's intelligence, charisma, and beauty, and the two quickly became lovers. Their alliance, however, was far more than just a romantic affair. It was a calculated move on Cleopatra's part to maintain her power and Egypt's independence. Mark Antony had his own reasons for joining forces with Cleopatra. He needed the wealth and resources that Egypt could provide to strengthen his position in Rome's ongoing civil wars. Cleopatra, in turn, needed Antony's military might to fend off threats both from within Egypt and from Rome. But as their relationship blossomed, it also became a source of scandal and political tension. Antony's enemies in Rome, particularly Octavian, used his relationship with Cleopatra to undermine him, accusing Antony of abandoning Roman values in favor of an exotic foreign queen. The real turning point came in 31 BCE at the Battle of Actium, a decisive naval confrontation between the forces of Octavian and the combined fleets of Antony and Cleopatra. Antony's fleet was ultimately outmatched, and the battle was a disaster for both him and Cleopatra. As Octavian's forces closed in, Antony and Cleopatra were forced to retreat back to Alexandria, where they made their last stand. With their military strength shattered and Octavian's army encircling the city, Cleopatra knew that their time was running out. One of the most pivotal moments during these final days was Cleopatra's realization that Antony's defeat was inevitable. She had long been a master of political maneuvering, using her charm, intelligence, and diplomatic skill to survive in a world dominated by men. But now, even her renowned ability to outwit her opponents was no longer enough to save her kingdom. Alexandria was on the verge of falling, and Cleopatra began to prepare for the worst. She attempted to negotiate with Octavian, hoping to secure a future for herself and her children. But Octavian had no interest in a deal. He wanted total victory, and Cleopatra's defeat was a necessary part of that. With no options left, Cleopatra made one final, fateful decision. According to ancient accounts, she had been keeping a collection of highly venomous asps in her chambers, which she planned to use in the event of her capture. Cleopatra knew that if she were taken prisoner by Octavian, she would be paraded through the streets of Rome as a trophy of war, humiliated in front of the same empire she had once defied. Rather than suffer such a fate, Cleopatra chose to end her life on her own terms. The image of Cleopatra's death, reclining on a bed of silk, calmly applying the deadly snake to her arm, has become one of the most iconic moments in history, though modern historians question the accuracy of this romanticized account. But Cleopatra's suicide was not just a personal act of defiance. It was a political statement. By taking her own life, she denied Octavian the satisfaction of capturing her alive and making her a symbol of his conquest. In death, Cleopatra became a martyr for her people and a symbol of resistance against Rome's expanding empire. Her death also marked the official end of Egypt's ancient monarchy and the beginning of its transformation into a Roman province. The story of Cleopatra's final days is not just a tale of personal tragedy. It's also a reminder of the brutal and unforgiving nature of ancient politics. Cleopatra was a ruler who fought fiercely for her kingdom, her family, and her legacy, but in the end, even she could not escape the power of Rome. Her downfall came not from a lack of intelligence or ambition, but from the overwhelming force of Roman imperialism. Today, Cleopatra is remembered not only for her beauty and her famous lovers, but also for her intelligence, her leadership, and her relentless determination to protect Egypt. Her legacy continues to captivate historians, artists, and filmmakers alike, and her life serves as a powerful reminder of the complex interplay between love, power, and politics in the ancient world. Cleopatra's final act, choosing to end her own life rather than submit to Rome, has become a symbol of defiance and independence. Her death may have marked the end of an era, but her story endures as one of the most fascinating in history. What do you think of Cleopatra's final days? Was she a tragic figure caught in the tides of history, or a brilliant leader who made the best of an impossible situation? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to check out our next video on another influential figure from ancient history, Alexander the Great. Thanks for watching. Join me as we delve into the incredible journey of Alexander the Great, one of history's most legendary conquerors. From the moment he ascended the throne of Macedonia in 336 BC at just 20 years old, Alexander faced overwhelming challenges. Yet he forged an empire that stretched from Greece to Egypt and deep into Asia. Alexander's path to greatness was not without obstacles. Upon taking the throne after his father Philip II's assassination, Alexander had to secure his rule over a kingdom that was constantly threatened by internal and external forces. Macedonian nobles questioned his legitimacy, and neighboring regions saw an opportunity to rebel. Alexander wasted no time in quelling these uprisings, displaying both tactical brilliance and ruthless efficiency in consolidating his power. His decisive victories in Thrace, Illyria, and Thebes demonstrated his capability to lead and command absolute loyalty from his soldiers. But Alexander's ambitions extended far beyond securing his kingdom. Inspired by his tutor Aristotle and driven by an insatiable desire for conquest, he set his sights on the Persian Empire, the most powerful kingdom in the known world. In 334 BC, he crossed the Hellespont with his army, marking the beginning of his grand campaign against Persia. It was here, in battle after battle, that Alexander's military genius would be revealed. At the Battle of Granicus, he faced Persian satraps and their Greek mercenaries, a formidable force that could have stopped his advance. But Alexander led his cavalry with unmatched ferocity, charging directly into the heart of the enemy lines. This bold move not only secured victory, but also set the tone for the rest of his campaign. Fearless, relentless, and strategically brilliant. Alexander's next great challenge came at the Battle of Issus in 333 BC, where he faced the Persian king Darius III for the first time. Despite being outnumbered, Alexander's tactical prowess turned the tide of the battle. Using the terrain to his advantage, he launched a surprise attack on Darius's forces, causing chaos and panic among the Persian ranks. Darius fled the battlefield, leaving behind his family and his ability to outthink even the most powerful adversaries. However, Alexander's most defining victory came at the Battle of Gaugamela in 331 BC. Here, once again vastly outnumbered by Darius's forces, Alexander employed his famous hammer and anvil tactic. He drew the Persians out of position with his cavalry, creating a gap in their lines, and then delivered a crushing blow with his infantry. This battle marked the final defeat of Darius III, and with it, Alexander claimed the title of King of Persia. But military conquest was only part of Alexander's vision. He sought to unite the many cultures within his vast empire. In Egypt, he was declared a pharaoh and founded the city of Alexandria, which would become a center of learning and culture. He adopted elements of Persian dress and customs, encouraged marriages between his soldiers and local women, and promoted the idea of a blended Greco-Persian ruling class. His aim was not just to conquer, but to create a unified empire where Greek and Eastern cultures could coexist. Throughout his campaign, Alexander faced not only external enemies, but also internal strife. His men, weary from years of marching and fighting, grew restless. In 326 BC, after reaching the banks of the Hyphasis River in India, his army refused to march further, exhausted and longing for home. Though Alexander longed to push on to the ends of the known world, he understood the necessity of maintaining the loyalty of his troops. He reluctantly agreed to turn back, showing that even the greatest of conquerors must at times yield to the needs of those they lead. Alexander's adaptability was also evident in his ability to adjust his strategies as he ventured into unfamiliar territories. In India, he faced King Porus at the Battle of the Hydaspes, where the Indian forces brought war elephants into the fray. This was a new and terrifying challenge, but Alexander, as always, adapted. He outmaneuvered Porus by crossing the river at night and launching a surprise attack, ultimately securing victory and earning the respect of his opponent. Perhaps the most symbolic moment of Alexander's life was his decision to burn his ships after crossing into Persia, removing any possibility of retreat. This decisive act demonstrated his absolute commitment to his mission. For Alexander, failure was not an option. His relentless pursuit of victory, combined with his boldness and strategic brilliance, ensured that he would be remembered as one of history's greatest military leaders. Despite his many triumphs, Alexander's life was tragically cut short. In 323 BC, at the age of just 32, he fell ill and died in Babylon. His empire, which he had worked so hard to build, fragmented soon after his death, divided among his generals. Yet his legacy endured. Alexander's conquests spread Greek culture throughout the known world, laying the foundation for the Hellenistic period, an era that saw unprecedented cultural exchange and intellectual advancement. Alexander the Great remains a symbol of ambition, courage, and leadership. His journey from a young king of Macedonia to the ruler of the largest empire the world had ever seen is a testament to his unparalleled vision and determination. He was a man who, despite the odds, dared to dream of a united world, and for a brief moment in history, he achieved it. In conclusion, Alexander's journey was one of unparalleled conquest, driven by ambition, genius, and a desire to leave a lasting legacy. Though his empire did not last, his impact on history is undeniable. Alexander the Great will forever be remembered as a conqueror who reshaped the world in his image. If you're fascinated by more legendary figures and their extraordinary stories, don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more captivating historical content. In our next video, we'll explore another iconic historical figure or delve into the beauty and significance of the Taj Mahal, as well as fascinating aspects of Indian culture. And here's a fun way to get involved. If you're from the USA, type A in the comments, Europe type B, Asia type C, and other countries type D. Or feel free to type your country's name. This helps me understand where my viewers are from and lets me create videos based on your specific interests. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you won't miss out on upcoming content tailored just for you. In the annals of history, Baldwin IV, the leper king of Jerusalem, stands as a shining example of determination and courage. Born in 1161, Baldwin was not like other boys his age. From a young age, his life was shaped by the shadows of a debilitating illness, leprosy. This devastating disease would ultimately claim his body, but it never claimed his spirit. At just 13 years old, Baldwin ascended to the throne of Jerusalem in 1174, during a period when the Christian kingdom was surrounded by powerful enemies, particularly the forces of Saladin, the renowned Muslim general. Grip of religious and military conflicts. But Baldwin was no ordinary king. Though his body was ravaged by illness, his mind was as sharp as any general, and his heart was filled with an unshakable desire to protect his people. Baldwin's early years were marked by personal tragedy, as leprosy began to manifest more visibly in his body. Leprosy, in medieval times, was often seen as a curse, a disease that isolated its victims from society. But Baldwin would not allow his illness to define him. Instead, he turned to mastering the art of warfare. Under the guidance of knights and seasoned military leaders, Baldwin honed his skills and strategy, learning not only how to fight, but also how to lead men into battle with precision and brilliance. As a ruler, Baldwin faced two seemingly insurmountable challenges: the relentless progression of his illness and the constant threat posed by Muslim forces. The most formidable of these foes was Saladin, who sought to reclaim Jerusalem for Islam. Baldwin knew that, to protect his kingdom, he would need to lead his army into battle himself. No small feat for a king suffering from leprosy. The disease had taken a visible toll on his body, causing his fingers and toes to decay and his face to show signs of the illness. Yet, despite the physical limitations, Baldwin rode into battle, earning the respect of his soldiers and enemies alike. One of Baldwin's most famous military successes came at the Battle of Montcassard in 1177. This was no ordinary battle. It was a fight that would define Baldwin's reign and his legacy. Saladin, confident in his overwhelming numbers, led a large force to attack the kingdom of Jerusalem. Outnumbered and outmatched, Baldwin and his troops faced almost certain defeat. But Baldwin's tactical genius and sheer force will turn the tide of the battle. On that fateful day, Baldwin rode into battle with his arm wrapped in bandages, concealing the marks of his disease. Yet his illness did not dampen his spirit. As he led his forces into the fray, he called upon his soldiers to fight of strength they had left. The odds were overwhelmingly against them, but Baldwin knew that victory was possible if his men fought with bravery and unity. With his small army, Baldwin launched a bold and unexpected attack against Saladin's forces. The ferocity of his assault stunned the Muslim army. Despite being heavily outnumbered, Baldwin's troops managed to break through Saladin's lines, forcing the Muslim leader to retreat in disarray. The victory at Montcassard was nothing short of miraculous, a triumph that cemented Baldwin's reputation as a brilliant and courageous king. The Battle of Montcassard was a defining moment in Baldwin's reign, but it was also a temporary reprieve in the larger struggle to defend Jerusalem. As the years passed, Baldwin's leprosy worsened. His physical condition deteriorated to the point where he could no longer ride into battle himself. Yet even as his body failed him, Baldwin's mind remained sharp, and his strategic insights continued to guide his generals and advisors. Baldwin's reign was not only marked by his military exploits, but also by his efforts to secure a stable future for Jerusalem. As his illness progressed, Baldwin realized that he needed to plan for the eventual transition of power. He appointed his sister, Sibylla, and her husband, Guy of Lusignan, to serve as his successors. However, internal divisions within the Christian kingdom would complicate this transition, as rival factions vied for power. Despite his worsening condition, Baldwin never wavered in his commitment to protecting Jerusalem. He continued to oversee the defense of the kingdom, even as Saladin regrouped and prepared for future attacks. Baldwin's leadership during this time was marked by a deep sense of duty and responsibility to his people. He knew that his time was limited, but he was determined to leave behind a kingdom that could withstand the challenges it faced. As Baldwin's reign drew to a close, he became increasingly isolated due to the severity of his illness. By 1183, he was almost completely incapacitated, unable to walk or hold a sword. His regency was passed to others, but Baldwin's presence continued to loom large over the kingdom. His people revered him not only for his military successes, but also for his unyielding spirit in the face of overwhelming adversity. Baldwin IV passed away in 1185 at the age of 24, his body finally succumbing to the ravages of leprosy. His death marked the end of an era for the kingdom of Jerusalem. But it lived on, both in the hearts of his people and in the annals of history. He was remembered not just as a king, but as a warrior who defied the limitations of his illness and inspired loyalty in those who fought by his side. Even his enemies, including Saladin, held Baldwin in high regard. Saladin, who would go on to capture Jerusalem just a few years after Baldwin's death, is said to have respected the leper king for his courage and tenacity. The two men, though adversaries on the battlefield, shared a mutual admiration for each other's leadership and military prowess. Baldwin IV's story is one of perseverance, courage, and the indomitable human spirit. Despite facing unimaginable challenges, he led his kingdom through one of its most tumultuous periods. His reign was short, but it left a lasting impact on the history of Jerusalem and the Crusader states. Baldwin IV's life reminds us that true strength is not measured by physical abilities, but by the resolve to fight for what is right, no matter the odds. If you were inspired by the incredible story of Baldwin IV, don't forget to check out our other videos on legendary historical figures and epic battles. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. What other historical stories would you like us to explore? Did you know that over 3,000 euros are tossed into the Trevi Fountain every day? This iconic landmark in Rome has captivated millions of visitors for centuries, not just for its stunning beauty, but for the legends and stories surrounding it. The Fontana di Trevi stands as one of the greatest monuments of Baroque architecture, but there's so much more beneath its surface. Today, we're going to dive deep into the mysteries of the Trevi Fountain, uncovering its fascinating history, the legends attached to it, and the modern challenges it faces as a global tourist destination. Join me as we explore this Roman masterpiece. The Trevi Fountain is not just a beautiful structure. It's one of the most important symbols of Rome, embodying the city's artistic grandeur, rich history, and the allure of ancient traditions. It's no surprise that this fountain has become one of the most visited attractions in the world. Yet, behind the mesmerizing beauty of the flowing water and intricate statues, there lies a deeper history. The fountain, as we know it today, was designed by architect Nicola Salvi in the 18th century, but its origins stretch back much further. In fact, its roots date back to ancient Roman times. The fountain is located at the junction of three roads, which is where it gets its name Trevi from, meaning three streets in Italian. However, it also marks the endpoint of an ancient Roman aqueduct, the Aqua Virgo, which was built in 19 BC by Marcus Agrippa to supply fresh water to the city of Rome. The aqueduct, one of Rome's longest-lasting engineering feats, still functions today and feeds the water into the fountain. Let's talk about the design and symbolism of the fountain itself. Dominating the Trevi Fountain is the statue of Oceanus, the god of the sea, standing in the center of a triumphal arch. He is surrounded by allegorical figures representing abundance and health. Oceanus rides a shell chariot pulled by two sea horses, each guided by a triton. The two horses symbolize contrasting moods of the sea. One is calm, while the other is wild and untamable, representing the unpredictable nature of the ocean. The entire ensemble creates a powerful depiction of man's connection with water, a resource that was crucial to Rome's rise as a city. Salvi's design was completed by another artist, Giuseppe Panini, after Salvi's death, but the original vision remains intact. Every element in the fountain carries symbolic meaning, linking it not only to Rome's maritime power, but also to the importance of water in ancient Roman culture. But the Fontana di Trevi is not just admired for its beauty. There are many legends and traditions that have become part of its mystique. Perhaps the most famous is the tradition of coin tossing. Tourists from all over the world come to toss coins into the fountain, with the hope of ensuring a return trip to Rome. The legend goes that if you throw a coin over your left shoulder into the fountain, you'll one day return to the Eternal City. This custom has become so popular that on any given day, thousands of people throw coins into the fountain. But where does all that money go? Each night, city workers scoop out the coins, and the collected money, over 1.5 million euros a year, is donated to Caritas, a Catholic charity that supports Rome's homeless and underprivileged communities. It's amazing to think that a simple act of tossing a coin can lead to such a positive impact on the lives of those in need. Of course, with the popularity of the fountain comes challenges. Millions of visitors each year pose significant risks to the fountain's long-term preservation. The constant flow of tourists means the structure is under constant stress, from people leaning on the marble to the pollution caused by the sheer volume of traffic. Additionally, coins tossed into the fountain can cause damage to the water systems and lead to erosion over time. But despite these challenges, efforts have been made to protect and restore this treasure. In 2015, the Fendi fashion house sponsored a massive restoration of the fountain, donating over 2 million euros to clean and repair the marble, restore the statues, and upgrade the lighting. This restoration was part of a larger initiative to preserve Rome's cultural heritage, ensuring that landmarks like the Trevi Fountain continue to inspire future generations. The fountain's cultural significance doesn't end with its architecture or legends. Over the centuries, the Trevi Fountain has become a symbol of Rome in art and cinema. Perhaps most famously, it was immortalized in Federico Fellini's classic film La Dolce Vita, where actress Anita Ekberg wades into the fountain, inviting Marcello Mastroianni to join her. This scene has become iconic in cinema history, cementing the fountain's place not only as a tourist destination, but as a symbol of romance and the magical allure of Rome. The fountain has appeared in countless other films, TV shows, and even music videos, further solidifying its status as a global cultural icon. One lesser-known fact about the fountain is its connection to Roman superstitions. Aside from the coin-tossing tradition, another legend says that if lovers drink from the small fountain on the left-hand side of the monument, known as the Lover's Fountain, they will stay faithful to each other forever. Many couples who visit Rome make sure to follow this tradition, adding another layer of romance to their trip. Despite the challenges of tourism and pollution, the Trevi Fountain remains a symbol of Rome's timeless beauty. It's a place where history, art, and legend converge, offering visitors a glimpse into Rome's past and a moment of connection with the city's vibrant cultural heritage. Every coin tossed into the fountain tells a story, whether it's a wish to return or a hope for love. From its ancient Roman origins to its place in modern-day tourism, the Trevi Fountain continues to enchant visitors from all over the world. If you've ever visited the Trevi Fountain or tossed a coin in its waters, let me know in the comments below. share your stories, and tell me what this incredible monument meant to you. And if you enjoyed diving into the history and mysteries of the Trevi Fountain, don't forget to subscribe for more videos exploring Rome's hidden gems and world-famous landmarks. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Join me as I dive into the mysteries of ancient Egypt and uncover the secrets hidden in the pyramid texts versus the coffin texts. Did you know the pyramid texts are over 4,000 years old and are considered the oldest religious texts in the world? These ancient writings offer a profound glimpse into the spiritual world of ancient Egypt. And today, we'll explore how they differ and connect with one another. Our journey begins with the pyramid texts, which were first used during the Old Kingdom period around 2400 BC. These texts were inscribed on the walls of pyramid chambers, primarily intended for the pharaohs. The purpose was to guide and protect the deceased pharaohs on their journey to the afterlife. The language used in the pyramid texts is grand and majestic, reflecting the divine status of the pharaohs. These texts are filled with spells, incantations, and hymns designed to ensure the pharaoh's successful ascent to the divine realm and eternal life. This exclusivity was not just about religious practice, but also about reinforcing the pharaoh's divine authority and central role in maintaining cosmic order. In contrast, the coffin texts emerged during the Middle Kingdom period, around 1900 BC, when there was a significant shift in religious practice and social structure. Unlike the pyramid texts, which were reserved for the elite, the coffin texts were written on the coffins of ordinary people. This change reflected a democratization of the afterlife beliefs, making spiritual practices accessible to a broader segment of society. The coffin texts include a variety of spells and rituals aimed at helping individuals achieve a favorable afterlife, focusing on personal transformation and protection. The language here is more straightforward and practical compared to the cryptic and enigmatic nature of the pyramid texts. As we delve deeper, we see that the pyramid texts emphasize the divine nature of the pharaoh and their role as an intermediary between the gods and the people. The texts are filled with references to gods and celestial bodies, and their primary concern is the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. The elaborate rituals described were meant to ensure the pharaoh's immortality and divine status. The pyramid texts reveal a complex cosmology where the pharaoh is central to maintaining the balance between the gods and the earthly realm. On the other hand, the coffin texts reflect a broader range of concerns and aspirations, particularly focusing on the ordinary individual's journey to the afterlife. These texts are more concerned with personal piety and moral conduct. They include spells for protection, blessings for the deceased, and instructions for navigating the challenges of the afterlife. This shift highlights a growing emphasis on individual spiritual development and the belief that ordinary people could also achieve a favorable afterlife through proper rituals and moral behavior. One of the most surprising insights from studying these texts is how they challenge our common assumptions about ancient Egyptian spirituality. The pyramid texts reveal a much more complex and nuanced view of the afterlife than is often assumed. They highlight the pharaoh's role not just as a ruler, but as a divine being with a unique connection to the gods. Similarly, the coffin texts show that ancient Egyptian spirituality was more inclusive and diverse than traditionally thought. Ordinary people were not merely passive recipients of religious teachings, but active participants in their spiritual journeys. By examining these texts, we gain a deeper understanding of the evolving nature of ancient Egyptian religion and how it reflected broader changes in society. The pyramid texts and coffin texts offer valuable insights into the spiritual lives of ancient Egyptians, revealing a rich and multifaceted worldview. In summary, the pyramid texts and coffin texts provide a fascinating glimpse into the religious practices of ancient Egypt. The pyramid texts underscore the divine status of the pharaoh and their role in the afterlife, while the coffin texts reflect a more personal and accessible approach to spiritual practice. Together, they reveal a complex and evolving landscape of ancient Egyptian spirituality that challenges and enriches our understanding of their culture. Thanks for joining me on this journey into the secrets of ancient Egypt. If you have any thoughts or insights, please leave them in the comments below. and be sure to check out my other videos on ancient Egyptian history for more intriguing content. Have you ever wondered how the ancient Egyptians managed to build the Great Pyramids, those towering monuments that have stood for millennia, defying the passage of time? The construction of the pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza, is one of history's greatest mysteries, combining feats of engineering, organizational prowess, and sheer manpower. Let's dive into the fascinating process that made these structures possible. Imagine the hot Egyptian sun beating down on thousands of workers who toiled day after day, year after year, to move and place the massive stone blocks that make up these pyramids. Each block weighed between 2.5 and 15 tons, and yet they were somehow transported from quarries, some located miles away, to the construction site. The logistics alone were staggering, requiring a well-coordinated effort of labor, resources, and time. The ancient Egyptians likely used a combination of ramps, levers, and manpower to lift these heavy stones into place. The most widely accepted theory suggests that a straight or circular ramp was built around the pyramid's core, and as the pyramid grew taller, so did the ramp. Workers would drag the stones up these ramps, possibly aided by lubricated surfaces or rolling logs to reduce friction. But even with these methods, the precision with which these stones were placed is astonishing. The Great Pyramid, for example, is aligned with incredible accuracy to the cardinal points of the compass, a testament to the advanced knowledge of geometry and astronomy possessed by the ancient Egyptians. Beyond the physical construction, the organization of labor was a monumental task. Contrary to popular belief, the workers were not slaves but skilled laborers who were well-fed and housed in nearby workers' villages. They worked in shifts, with each crew responsible for a specific task, from quarrying the stones to transporting them and setting them in place. The workforce was divided into teams, each led by a foreman, ensuring that the construction process was as efficient as possible. One of the most intriguing aspects of pyramid construction is the mystery surrounding the tools and techniques used. Despite extensive archaeological research, we still don't have a complete understanding of how the ancient Egyptians achieved such precision with the tools available at the time. Copper chisels, wooden mallets, and stone tools were the primary instruments. Yet the precision of the cuts and the fit of the stones remain a marvel to modern engineers. The construction of the pyramids wasn't just about building a monument. It was also a display of the pharaoh's power and a testament to the advanced capabilities of the Egyptian civilization. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, was built for Pharaoh Khufu and served as his tomb, designed to ensure his safe passage to the afterlife. The sheer scale of the pyramid, with its original height of 146.6 meters, 481 feet, was meant to demonstrate the divine status of the pharaoh and his connection to the gods. Even today, the pyramids continue to inspire awe and curiosity. How did a civilization without modern machinery achieve such feats? What secrets do the pyramids still hold within their ancient walls? As we uncover more about these magnificent structures, we are reminded of the ingenuity and determination of the people who built them, leaving behind a legacy that has stood the test of time. So, the next time you look at the Great Pyramid, remember that you are gazing at one of humanity's greatest achievements, a symbol of a civilization that mastered the art of building on a scale that still amazes us today. If you enjoyed this video and you're watching from Europe, type A. If you're listening from the USA, type B. If you're tuning in from Asia, type C. And if you're watching from another country, type D. We'd love to know where you're from. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you never miss another video. Stay tuned for more fascinating content. Beneath the sands of Egypt lies a story that might change everything we thought we knew about ancient civilizations. A story that suggests a hidden connection between societies once believed to be isolated from one another. For centuries, historians and archaeologists have marveled at the incredible accomplishments of ancient cultures like the Egyptians, Mesopotamians, Indus Valley inhabitants, and the enigmatic Minoans. But what if these civilizations were not as disconnected as we've always assumed? Imagine a secret network, a brotherhood of thinkers, builders, and leaders who shared forbidden knowledge across continents, guiding the rise of these great societies. The evidence, however, has long been elusive buried beneath layers of sand, stone, and time. How do we trace connections between cultures separated by vast distances, with different languages, religions, and customs? The clues are scattered and often hidden, but recent discoveries have begun to reveal the startling truth. Deep in the Egyptian desert, archaeologists have unearthed an artifact unlike any other, a relic bearing symbols not just from Egypt, but also from Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and even distant Minoan Crete. These symbols tell a tale of secret meetings held in the shadows, where the leaders of these civilizations exchanged knowledge, philosophies, and technologies. It's as if they were united by a common purpose, bound by an oath to preserve and protect the most sacred knowledge of the ancient world. Could the pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, and the forgotten cities of the Indus Valley be part of a grand, interconnected blueprint? The idea may seem far-fetched, but the evidence is compelling. Scholars have long noted the similarities in architectural styles, mathematical systems, and even spiritual beliefs among these ancient cultures. Some experts believe that these similarities are not mere coincidence, but rather the result of a coordinated effort by an elite group, an ancient secret society that transcended borders and influenced the course of human history. The recent discovery of a hidden chamber beneath the sands of Egypt has added even more weight to this theory. Inside this chamber, archaeologists found relics not only of Egyptian origin, but also from distant lands, artifacts that should not have been there. Symbols from across the ancient world are intertwined on the walls of this chamber, suggesting a deep and mysterious connection between these societies. This breakthrough could change everything we thought we knew about the ancient world, revealing that the story of one civilization is, in fact, the story of them all. As we piece together these ancient secrets, one thing is clear. The mystery of this lost civilization is as deep as the Nile itself, and the search for answers is far from over. What do you think about the possibility of a hidden network connecting all ancient civilizations? Could it be that a secret society guided the rise of these great cultures, ensuring that their knowledge was shared and preserved for future generations? Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to check out our other videos on ancient secrets, hidden societies, and the mysteries that continue to shape our understanding of the past.
Join me as I dive into the mysteries of the Library of Alexandria and challenge myself to uncover the lost secrets of one of history's greatest knowledge losses. The Library of Alexandria was one of the greatest libraries of the ancient world, a beacon of knowledge and culture that stood tall for centuries. It was a place where scholars and philosophers would come to learn, to share ideas, and to advance human understanding. The destruction of the Library of Alexandria is still shrouded in mystery, and it's a loss that's still felt today. We're talking about a repository of knowledge that was arguably the largest and most significant of its time, containing works on mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and so much more. The impact of its loss is immeasurable, but still difficult to comprehend. One of the most fascinating aspects of the library's destruction is the number of theories that have been put forward over the years. Some say it was destroyed during the reign of Ptolemy III, while others claim it was burned to the ground by Julius Caesar's soldiers. There are even those who believe that it was simply a victim of neglect, left to decay over time. Whatever the reason, the fact remains that the Library of Alexandria is gone, and with it, a huge chunk of human knowledge and understanding. The loss of the library has had a profound impact on our understanding of history. Imagine being able to read the works of ancient Greek philosophers like Aristotle and Plato in their original form, or having access to the collective knowledge of the ancient Egyptians. It's a staggering thought, and one that's almost too painful to contemplate. Take, for example, the works of the ancient Greek mathematician Euclid. His book, Elements, is still considered one of the most influential works in the history of mathematics, and yet, we only have fragments of the original text. What other secrets might it have held? What other insights into the nature of the universe might we have gained, if only the library had survived? One of the most fascinating stories surrounding the library's destruction is that of the Greek astronomer, Hipparchus. He's considered one of the greatest astronomers of ancient Greece, and yet, virtually all of his works are lost to us. Imagine being able to read his observations on the stars and the movements of the planets, to gain a deeper understanding of the universe and our place within it. As we delve deeper into the mysteries of the Library of Alexandria, we're forced to confront the fragility of human knowledge. We're reminded that even the greatest civilizations can fall, that even the most precious works of art and literature can be lost forever. It's a sobering thought, and one that should give us pause. The loss of the Library of Alexandria is a tragedy, but it's also a reminder of the importance of preserving our collective knowledge and culture. We owe it to ourselves, to our ancestors, and to future generations to safeguard our most precious treasures, to ensure that they're protected and preserved for years to come. What do you think was the most significant loss from the Library of Alexandria? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more historical insights and explorations into the unknown.
Did you know that the Vatican is home to some of the most haunted objects in the world? Yep, these eerie artifacts are said to carry dark energies that can send chills. Stick around, because we're diving into some seriously creepy stuff that will leave you questioning what's really hiding behind those sacred walls. Welcome back, everyone. Today, we're exploring the Vatican's most haunted objects. These aren't just any relics. They have deep historical and spiritual significance that span centuries. But beware, their pasts are filled with unsettling stories that might just give you nightmares. From cursed items to supernatural occurrences, this is one spine-chilling journey you don't want to miss. So, what's the deal with these haunted objects? Well, many of them come with legends that suggest they're cursed or harbor malevolent spirits. Take, for instance, the infamous cursed statue of St. Peter. It's said that anyone who touches it is haunted by bad luck or strange occurrences. And then there's the story of the Vatican's relics of saints, some of which have been reported to move on their own or emit eerie noises at night. These tales have circulated for generations, leading people to believe that these sacred items are not just remnants of history, but vessels of dark energy. The unsettling legends surrounding these objects can make even the most skeptical among us think twice before getting too close. Now, let's take a closer look at a few of these notorious haunted objects. First up, we have the infamous Vatican's Bloody Crucifix. This crucifix is said to be stained with the blood of martyrs, and witnesses have reported seeing apparitions of those martyrs during midnight vigils. Then, there's the Pope's ring, a piece of jewelry that carries the weight of history. People claim that it can bring about a sense of dread and unease, especially when it's worn by someone not worthy. And how could we forget the cursed chalice? Used during Mass, it's believed to bring misfortune to anyone who drinks from it. Stories tell of priests who have collapsed or experienced terrifying visions after using it. Each of these objects has its own story, weaving a tapestry of fear and intrigue that leaves us questioning what really lurks behind their seemingly sacred facades. But the most terrifying of them all? The Vatican's Weeping Madonna. This statue reportedly weeps real tears, and those who claim to have witnessed it say the air around it becomes thick with a sense of sorrow. Some even describe hearing whispers when they approach it, whispering tales of lost souls and mourning. Imagine standing in front of that statue, feeling a cold breeze sweep past you, as you hear faint cries that seem to originate from nowhere. It's enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. This object has not only caused fear amongst visitors, but has also led to countless reports of eerie experiences that echo through the Vatican's halls. So, there you have it. We've explored some spine-chilling tales about the Vatican's most haunted objects. From cursed relics to eerie apparitions, these stories share common themes of fear and intrigue that keep us coming back for more. Whether you believe in the supernatural or not, there's no denying the haunted history that surrounds these artifacts. Now it's your turn. Which haunted object scared you the most? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe for more haunting stories from around the world. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring the mysteries that surround us. Did you know that Vatican City, the spiritual heart of the Roman Catholic Church, is more than just a center of faith? It's a living museum of symbols that trace their origins back to the Roman Empire, revealing a powerful legacy that continues to shape our world today. In this video, we'll take a deep dive into the fascinating connections between the Roman Empire and Vatican City, uncovering how this small, independent state has meticulously preserved ancient symbols and traditions that reflect Rome's enduring influence on religion, art, and architecture. As we explore these symbols, you'll discover that the Vatican's iconic imagery, such as the cross keys of St. Peter and the Roman eagle, are not merely religious emblems, but are also remnants of Rome's imperial authority, subtly integrated into the very fabric of Vatican iconography. One of the most prominent symbols we encounter is the cross keys of St. Peter, which are central to the Vatican's coat of arms. These keys, one gold and one silver, represent the keys to heaven given by Jesus to St. Peter, the first pope. But beyond their religious significance, these keys symbolize authority, an authority that directly links back to the Roman Empire. The imagery of keys has long been associated with the Roman concept of power and governance, where holding the keys meant control over both earthly and divine realms. In the context of the Vatican, the cross keys not only signify spiritual authority, but also echo the political power that the Roman emperors wielded over their vast empire. As we move through Vatican City, another powerful symbol emerges: the Roman eagle. Historically, the eagle was a symbol of Roman military might, a representation of Rome's imperial power and its reach across the known world. In the Vatican, the eagle appears subtly in various forms, symbolizing not just military strength, but also spiritual authority and divine protection. This transformation of the eagle from a symbol of conquest to one of spiritual guardianship illustrates how the Vatican has repurposed Roman symbols to reflect its own mission while maintaining a connection to its imperial roots. Another striking example of Rome's influence on the Vatican is the Egyptian obelisk at the center of St. Peter's Square. Originally erected by a Roman emperor, this ancient monument was brought from Egypt as a trophy of conquest, symbolizing Rome's dominance over distant lands. Today, the obelisk stands as a testament to the Vatican's continuity with the Roman Empire, a symbol of its claim to ancient wisdom and eternal truths. The obelisk's presence in St. Peter's Square is a powerful reminder of how the Church sees itself as the inheritor of Rome's legacy, not only in terms of spiritual leadership, but also in its role as a preserver of history and knowledge. But the influence of the Roman Empire on Vatican City isn't limited to symbols alone. It's also deeply embedded in the architecture. Take St. Peter's Basilica, for example. This iconic structure is a masterpiece of Renaissance architecture, but its design is heavily influenced by Roman engineering principles. The basilica's grand dome, designed by Michelangelo, echoes the dome of the Pantheon, one of Rome's greatest architectural achievements. The use of arches, columns, and porticos in the basilica's design further underscores the Vatican's connection to Roman architectural traditions. These elements not only convey a sense of grandeur and permanence, but also symbolize the Church's role as the spiritual successor to the Roman Empire, a role that it has maintained for centuries. As we delve deeper into the Vatican's architecture, we see that the influence of Rome extends even to the layout of St. Peter's Square. The square is designed to resemble an open-armed embrace, welcoming pilgrims from around the world. But this design also reflects the influence of Roman Forum architecture, where public spaces were created to gather, debate, and celebrate. The colonnades that encircle St. Peter's Square, with their rows of Doric columns, are reminiscent of the grand colonnades that once lined the Roman forums. These architectural choices are not coincidental. They are deliberate efforts to link the Church's authority with the grandeur and legitimacy of the Roman Empire. The symbolism doesn't stop there. Another key symbol is the papal tiara, a crown that has been used in the coronation of popes for centuries. The papal tiara is no ordinary crown. It is a three-tiered headdress that represents the pope's authority over three realms: the spiritual, the temporal, and the moral. This concept of triple authority has its roots in Roman imperial ideology, where the emperor was seen as the supreme ruler of the world. By adopting this symbol, the Vatican not only asserts the Pope's spiritual supremacy, but also mirrors the central power that Roman emperors once held. The papal tiara, therefore, serves as a powerful reminder of how the Vatican has inherited and transformed the symbols of Roman authority to suit its own purposes. Let's also consider the significance of the laurel wreath, a symbol that frequently appears in Vatican iconography. The laurel wreath, in ancient Rome, was a symbol of victory and honor, often worn by emperors and military generals. In the Vatican, The laurel wreath is used to symbolize the Church's triumph over sin and death, a spiritual victory that is celebrated through the resurrection of Christ. By incorporating the laurel wreath into its symbols, the Vatican not only connects itself to the Roman tradition of victory, but also reinterprets it in a Christian context, emphasizing the triumph of faith over earthly challenges. Another fascinating aspect of Vatican symbolism is its use of the chi rho, an ancient Christian symbol that combines the first two letters of the Greek word for Christ, Kairoiotosigmedou. While the chi rho is primarily a Christian symbol, its adoption by the Roman Emperor Constantine after his conversion to Christianity marks a significant moment in the fusion of Roman and Christian symbols. The chi rho appears throughout Vatican City, often intertwined with Roman imagery, symbolizing the unity of the Roman Empire and the Christian faith. This symbol serves as a bridge between the old and the new, illustrating how the Vatican has woven together the threads of Roman and Christian heritage. Let's also explore the fasces, a bundle of rods bound together with an axe, which was a symbol of Roman authority and power. The fasces represented unity and strength through collective action, a concept that was central to Roman governance. Interestingly, the fasces can be found in various forms in Vatican iconography, symbolizing the Church's authority and its call for unity among its followers. By adopting this Roman symbol, the Vatican once again underscores its connection to the ideals of the Roman Empire, while also reinterpreting them to align with its spiritual mission. And then there's the symbolism of light, a concept deeply rooted in both Roman and Christian traditions. In Roman times, light was associated with the gods and with knowledge, often represented by the sun god Sol Invictus. In the Vatican, light is a central theme, symbolizing divine presence and enlightenment. The architecture of St. Peter's Basilica, with its vast windows and intricate mosaics, is designed to capture and reflect light in a way that evokes a sense of the divine. This use of light as a symbol is yet another way in which the Vatican connects itself to the Roman tradition, while also expressing its own spiritual ideals. As we explore these symbols, it becomes clear that the Vatican is not just a religious center, but a complex tapestry of history, art, and power. The use of Roman numerals, for example, in the Vatican's inscriptions and monuments is a subtle nod to the Church's Roman heritage. Roman numerals, once used to record the triumphs of emperors and the passing of time, are now used to mark the reigns of popes and the milestones of the Church. This continuity in symbolism reinforces the idea that the Vatican sees itself as the inheritor of Rome's legacy in terms of governance and cultural influence. In conclusion, the symbols and architecture of Vatican City are not just relics of the past. They are a testament to the enduring legacy of the Roman Empire. Through these symbols, we gain a deeper understanding of how ancient power dynamics have influenced modern spiritual authority, reminding us that history is not just about what has happened, but about what continues to unfold. From the cross keys of St. Peter to the grand architecture of St. Peter's Basilica, the Vatican is a living bridge between the old Roman world and the modern spiritual authority of the Church. If you found these insights intriguing, be sure to share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to check out my other videos for more fascinating explorations of history's hidden secrets, where we uncover the mysteries and stories that have shaped our world.
Did you know that some of the oldest known handbags date back to ancient Sumer? But are these artifacts just stylish accessories, or could they be evidence of advanced technology, maybe even alien tech? Let's dive into this fascinating mystery. So, what exactly are Sumerian handbags? These intriguing artifacts from one of the world's earliest civilizations not only showcase the artistry of the time but also spark a ton of debate about their true purpose. Were they merely fashion statements, or do they hold secrets that point to something more extraordinary? Stick around as we unravel the history and theories surrounding these ancient bags. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Scholars and enthusiasts alike have been scratching their heads over Sumerian handbags for ages. On one hand, many argue they were just everyday items, useful for carrying goods and perhaps even a symbol of status. But then, there's another camp that claims these handbags might be something else entirely. Some people even suggest they could be remnants of advanced technology, possibly linked to extraterrestrial influences. I mean, can you imagine? Handbags that are more than just fashion? It's a wild thought, and honestly, it raises more questions than answers. What were they really used for? Did they have hidden functions we're just not aware of? Let's dig deeper. Alright, let's take a closer look at these handbags. Archaeological evidence shows us that they came in various shapes and sizes, often beautifully crafted with intricate designs. Some even feature symbols that are still being deciphered today. But here's where it gets real. Modern interpretations of these items suggest they could have served multiple purposes. Some researchers propose that they were used in rituals or as storage for sacred items. The craftsmanship is stunning, and it makes you wonder about the skills and resources available to the Sumerians. In contrast, ancient texts and depictions seem to hint at a more practical use, like carrying everyday goods. So, were they just fashion items, or did they have a deeper significance? And if they were indeed linked to some advanced tech, what does that say about the Sumerians' understanding of the world around them? Now, here comes the juicy part. One of the most compelling theories suggests that the materials used in these handbags might have been more than just clay and fabric. Some enthusiasts argue that certain handbags exhibit properties that imply they were built with advanced knowledge of materials, perhaps even utilizing techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered until much later. This has led to wild speculations about extraterrestrial involvement. Could it be that these handbags were not just fashion statements but tools of a forgotten technology? Perhaps they were even used for communication or other purposes we can't fully understand today. The evidence is intriguing, but it leaves us with more questions than answers. What if these handbags were a gateway to an ancient knowledge that has been lost to time? So, what have we learned today? Sumerian handbags are not just relics of the past, they are enigmatic artifacts that challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations. Whether they were simple fashion items or something much more complex tied to advanced technologies, or even aliens, we may never know for sure. But the mystery surrounding them is what keeps us coming back for more. Now, I want to hear from you. What do you think about Sumerian handbags? Were they just stylish accessories, or could they be linked to something more? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And hey, if you enjoyed this dive into ancient fashion and technology, be sure to check out our next video on other fascinating ancient civilizations. You won't want to miss it.
Join me as I challenge myself to uncover the hidden secrets of the Taj Mahal that most tourists miss. You might know it as the ultimate symbol of love, but there's so much more to this iconic monument than meets the eye. From its changing colors to celestial alignments, the Taj Mahal holds mysteries that most visitors are unaware of. Let's dive in and uncover the secrets of this architectural wonder. In this video, you'll discover the hidden aspects of the Taj Mahal, one of the most famous and breathtaking monuments in the world. We often hear about its beauty, but there's a rich tapestry of stories, struggles, and genius behind its construction that remains less known. This isn't just a building. This is a masterpiece with layers of meaning waiting to be unraveled. The story begins with Emperor Shah Jahan's deep love for his wife, Mumtaz Mahal. When she tragically passed away, he was devastated and set out to create a tribute to her unlike anything the world had ever seen. Construction began in 1632, but this wasn't a simple or quick project. It took more than 20 years and a workforce of over 20,000 skilled laborers, artisans, and architects from across India, Persia, and Central Asia to bring this vision to life. But here's what most people don't know. This ambitious project was fraught with challenges. The first challenge was not just physical, but financial. Imagine maintaining a workforce of thousands for over 2 decades. It required an immense amount of resources. There were times when construction was halted due to the sheer cost. The project drained the royal treasury to such an extent that it became a burden on the empire. Yet, despite all these hurdles, Shah Jahan was determined to honor his wife's memory, and the Taj Mahal was completed in 1653. Shah Jahan himself inaugurated this magnificent monument, and for a moment, his vision became reality. Now, let's talk about the architectural genius of the Taj Mahal. The monument is an extraordinary blend of Islamic, Persian, and Indian styles, symbolizing the cultural diversity of the Mughal Empire. But what's even more fascinating is the level of craftsmanship involved. The intricate inlay work, known as pietra dura, adorns the walls and ceilings of the Taj Mahal with precious stones like jasper, jade, and turquoise. These gemstones were carefully set into the marble by skilled artisans, and the result is breathtaking. Every detail was considered, from the symmetrical layout to the complex floral designs that reflect the Persian love for gardens. But here's something most visitors miss. The Taj Mahal isn't just an architectural wonder. It's also steeped in symbolism. Its four towering minarets aren't just for show. They represent the four cardinal virtues: justice, equity, mercy, and compassion. The balance and harmony found in these symbolic elements reflect the deeper spiritual message that Shah Jahan and his architects wanted to convey. Now, let's delve into one of the most enduring myths surrounding the Taj Mahal: the tale of the Black Taj Mahal. Legend has it that Shah Jahan planned to build a second, identical structure in black marble on the opposite side of the Yamuna River as his own mausoleum. This Black Taj Mahal would mirror the original, creating a striking contrast between light and dark, symbolizing the eternal balance between life and death. However, before Shah Jahan could realize this ambitious plan, he was overthrown by his son Aurangzeb and imprisoned. While no physical evidence of the Black Taj Mahal has ever been found, the story still captivates the imagination of historians and visitors alike. Could this have been the emperor's ultimate vision? Or is it just a legend that adds to the Taj Mahal's mystique? Beyond the myths, the Taj Mahal holds another hidden secret: its alignment with the stars. This isn't just a coincidence. The architects designed the Taj Mahal to align with celestial bodies, creating a connection between the monument and the cosmos. The four main gates of the Taj face the four cardinal directions, and the entire complex is imbued with spiritual significance. The alignment with the stars amplifies the monument's spiritual message, suggesting a deeper connection between the earthly and the divine. It's a subtle but powerful reminder of the Mughal belief in the interconnectedness of all things. But that's not all. The geometry of the Taj Mahal holds even more secrets. The monument is a perfect example of Mughal symmetry, with every detail carefully calculated to create balance and harmony. Its central dome is surrounded by four smaller domes, and the entire structure is built on a raised platform, giving it the illusion of floating in the air. The use of geometric patterns is another nod to the Islamic tradition, where complex designs are used to symbolize the infinite nature of the universe. One of the most prominent geometric symbols found throughout the Taj Mahal is the sacred octagon, representing the unity and balance that exist in the cosmos. It's a stunning reminder of the Mughal Empire's appreciation for both the physical and spiritual worlds. And here's something even more intriguing. Did you know the Taj Mahal changes color throughout the day? This is one of the most captivating features of the monument. In the early morning, the white marble glows with a soft pink hue as the sun rises. By midday, it shines in brilliant white under the blazing sun. And as the sun sets, the Taj Mahal takes on a golden glow. Under the light of the full moon, it appears almost ethereal, as if bathed in a silvery blue light. This changing palette is no accident. It was designed to reflect the moods of the day and the changing phases of life. The Taj Mahal, in this sense, becomes a living monument, changing with time just as we do. The Taj Mahal is not just a tomb. It's a timeless masterpiece filled with hidden meanings, celestial alignments, and breathtaking design. From its intricate craftsmanship to its symbolism of life and death, it's a structure that continues to captivate the world. The myths, the mysteries, and the genius behind its construction make the Taj Mahal a monument that goes beyond being a mere tourist attraction. It's a work of art that speaks to the heart and soul. If you've enjoyed uncovering these secrets, make sure to check out our other videos on historical wonders. What was your favorite fact about the Taj Mahal? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss an exploration of the world's most incredible places. Have you ever wondered what happened after one of the world's most famous monuments, the Taj Mahal, was completed? Built as a symbol of eternal love, the story of the Taj Mahal didn't end when the last stone was placed. Myths, political intrigue, and the fate of the artisans who built this architectural wonder remain shrouded in mystery. Today, we're diving deep into what happened after the Taj Mahal was built and the incredible events that unfolded afterward. Stick around, and let's uncover the secrets behind one of history's most iconic structures. The Taj Mahal, located in Agra, India, was commissioned by the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan in memory of his beloved wife, Mumtaz Mahal. Constructed between 1632 and 1653, the Taj Mahal is a masterpiece of Mughal architecture, blending elements of Persian, Islamic, and Indian styles. Over 20,000 workers, including artisans from across the empire and beyond, contributed to its construction, creating a monument that has stood the test of time. But the Taj Mahal's completion was far from the end of the story. The years that followed were filled with myths, political shifts, and lasting impacts on architecture and culture. So, what really happened after the Taj Mahal was built? One of the most enduring legends about the Taj Mahal is the gruesome story that Shah Jahan ordered the hands of the artisans who built it to be cut off, ensuring they could never replicate such a masterpiece. It's a tale often repeated but widely debunked by historians. There's no solid evidence to suggest this actually happened, and it's more likely a myth born from the monument's unmatched beauty and the idea that nothing should ever surpass it. The reality is much less dramatic. The skilled artisans who worked on the Taj Mahal were highly valued, and many went on to contribute to other significant Mughal projects across the empire. So, what became of these master craftsmen? After completing the Taj Mahal, many of the workers and artisans returned to their respective regions, continuing to build and contribute to Mughal architecture. Their expertise was in high demand, as the Mughal Empire was known for its impressive architectural projects, including forts, mosques, and gardens. The architectural style that flourished with the construction of the Taj Mahal set a new standard, influencing future projects not just in India, but globally. But while the artisans continued their work, Shah Jahan's fate took a darker turn. In 1658, just 5 years after the Taj Mahal was completed, Shah Jahan's own son, Aurangzeb, seized power in a brutal coup, imprisoning his father in the Agra fort. From there, Shah Jahan spent the rest of his days with a distant view of the Taj Mahal from his prison window. Imagine being so close, yet so far from the monument that represented the greatest love of your life. Shah Jahan's fall marked a turning point in Mughal history, as Aurangzeb's reign took a different direction from his father's vision, focusing more on military expansion than on the artistic and architectural achievements that defined earlier periods of the Mughal Empire. Despite Shah Jahan's imprisonment, the influence of the Taj Mahal did not fade. Architecturally, it set a new benchmark. The intricate inlay work, the symmetry, the use of white marble, and the design of the gardens became a model for future constructions. Structures like the Jama Masjid in Delhi and the Pearl Mosque in Lahore drew heavily from the style established by the Taj Mahal. Its influence even extended beyond India, with echoes of its design seen in architecture across Central Asia and even Europe. Culturally, the Taj Mahal became not just a symbol of love, but a representation of Mughal power and wealth. Over the centuries, its significance only grew, becoming a symbol of India's rich heritage and history. Shah Jahan's later years were spent in reflection and longing. After Aurangzeb's coup, the once mighty emperor lived out his final days in Agra Fort, gazing at the Taj Mahal from his cell, the very monument he built as a tribute to his love. When Shah Jahan passed away in 1666, he was laid to rest next to Mumtaz Mahal inside the Taj Mahal, marking the completion of the story of love and legacy that the monument represents. But while Shah Jahan's story came to an end, the Taj Mahal itself continued to grow in significance and become an enduring symbol of eternal love. After Shah Jahan's death, the Taj Mahal faced periods of neglect, especially during the British colonial period when parts of the complex were damaged or looted. It wasn't until the 19th century that serious efforts were made to restore the Taj Mahal to its former glory. The British, recognizing its cultural value, undertook extensive restoration projects. In 1983, the Taj Mahal was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site, securing its place as one of the most iconic structures in the world. Today, millions of visitors from around the globe come to admire its beauty, cementing its status as a timeless masterpiece. The story of the Taj Mahal didn't end when its construction was complete. From the fates of the artisans and the fall of Shah Jahan to the monument's impact on architecture and culture, the Taj Mahal's legacy has only grown over the centuries. It remains a symbol of love, beauty, and history, transcending time and borders. What do you think is the most fascinating part of the Taj Mahal story? Let us know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more deep dives into the mysteries of history and architecture. The Mughal Empire, one of the most powerful and magnificent empires in history. From grand architecture like the Taj Mahal to their vast military conquests, the Mughals ruled over the Indian subcontinent for centuries. But what made them so successful? And how did such a mighty empire eventually crumble? Today, we're diving into the fascinating story of the rise and fall of the Mughal Empire, its power struggles, its achievements, and its enduring legacy in India's history. Our journey begins in 1526, when a warrior from Central Asia named Babur descended upon India, seeking to reclaim his ancestral lands. Babur, a descendant of both Genghis Khan and Tamerlane, brought with him advanced military strategies, artillery, and a vision for conquest. At the Battle of Panipat, Babur's forces crushed the armies of the Delhi Sultanate, and with this victory, the Mughal Empire was born. This marked the beginning of an era of incredible expansion, innovation, and cultural fusion in India. The real golden age of the Mughal Empire came with Akbar the Great, the grandson of Babur. Akbar was not only a skilled military commander, but also a visionary leader who understood that ruling a vast and diverse empire required diplomacy and reform. He is famous for his policies of religious tolerance, which united the various Hindu and Muslim communities under his rule. Akbar expanded the empire to cover almost the entire Indian subcontinent and established a system of governance that allowed the empire to thrive. His court became a hub of art, literature, and culture, influencing every aspect of Indian society. Under the Mughals, India witnessed an explosion of architectural genius. From the Fatehpur Sikri built by Akbar to the Red Fort and Humayun's tomb, the Mughals left behind a legacy of breathtaking structures. But the crowning jewel of Mughal architecture is undoubtedly the Taj Mahal, built by Akbar's grandson, Shah Jahan, as a tribute to his beloved wife, Mumtaz Mahal. This iconic symbol of love stands as a testament to the artistic and cultural achievements of the Mughal Empire. The Taj Mahal's intricate design, the symmetry, the gardens, all are a reflection of Mughal grandeur at its peak. However, like all empires, the Mughal Empire's prosperity wouldn't last forever. After Shah Jahan's reign came the controversial rule of his son, Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb expanded the empire to its greatest territorial extent, but his religious intolerance and overexpansion sowed the seeds of rebellion. Constant wars with the Marathas, Rajputs, and other regional kingdoms drained the empire's resources. Aurangzeb's policies alienated much of the population, and his long reign of over 49 years saw the beginning of the Mughal Empire's decline. After Aurangzeb's death, the Mughal Empire became a shadow of its former self. Internal strife, weak rulers, and constant rebellions weakened the empire from within. The once powerful Mughal army was no longer able to defend the empire from external threats. The arrival of European powers, especially the British East India Company, further destabilized the empire. By the mid-18th century, the Mughal emperors were reduced to figureheads, with real power in the hands of the British. The final blow came in 1857, during the Indian Rebellion. The last Mughal emperor, Bahadur Shah Zafar, was implicated in the uprising against British rule. After the rebellion was crushed, the British exiled Bahadur Shah Zafar, formally ending the Mughal dynasty. The Mughal Empire, once a symbol of India's cultural and political strength, was no more. But its legacy lives on in the palaces, forts, gardens, and monuments that still stand today, and in the rich cultural heritage of India. Even though the Mughal Empire has long fallen, its influence is still felt in India's language, art, architecture, and traditions. The Mughals shaped India's history in a way that few empires have, and their legacy, from the Taj Mahal to their cultural innovations, continues to captivate people around the world. What do you think is the greatest legacy of the Mughal Empire? Let us know in the comments below. Join me as I dive into the wild world of the mythical chimera and see if I can face my fears by exploring this terrifying creature with lion, goat, and snake features. The chimera is a mythical creature like no other, with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a snake. This fearsome beast has been fascinating humans for centuries, but despite its widespread recognition, it's often misunderstood and misrepresented in modern culture. One common misconception about the chimera is that it's just a hodgepodge of random animal parts, but in reality, each part of the creature serves a specific purpose. The lion's head represents courage and strength, the goat's body symbolizes agility and fertility, and the snake's tail embodies cunning and regeneration. Another misconception is that the chimera is purely a fictional construct, but archaeological evidence suggests that it may have been inspired by real-life creatures, such as the discovery of fossils from ancient animals that had similar characteristics to the chimera's different parts. Furthermore, many people assume that the chimera is just a minor mythological figure. But in ancient Greek mythology, it was a powerful and feared creature, capable of breathing fire and terrorizing entire cities. Its image was often used to symbolize the dangers of chaos and the untamed power of nature. One fascinating aspect of the chimera that often gets overlooked is its ability to breathe fire, a trait that sets it apart from many other mythical creatures. The fire-breathing ability symbolizes destruction and transformation, a theme that is common in ancient myths. Some scholars believe that this fiery nature reflects the unpredictable and uncontrollable forces of nature, reminding ancient civilizations of the duality of creation and destruction that exists within the world around them. In ancient texts, the chimera is described as a monstrous creature that was born from the jaws of the underworld, created by the gods to terrorize the mortal world. It was said to roam the countryside, destroying crops and villages, and was eventually slain by the hero Bellerophon, who rode on the back of the winged horse Pegasus. The chimera's image has been depicted in various forms of ancient art, from pottery to sculptures, and its symbolism has been interpreted in many different ways. Some saw it as a representation of the destructive power of nature, while others viewed it as a symbol of the fears and anxieties of the human psyche. Another interesting point is how the chimera has evolved in various mythologies over time. While the original Greek version depicted the chimera as a fearsome beast, later adaptations in other cultures transformed it into a symbol of inner conflict. Some modern interpretations even see the chimera as representing the idea of hybridization, whether it's blending identities or dealing with internal struggles that mix contrasting emotions, thoughts, or desires. This makes the chimera not just a creature of terror, but also a reflection of human complexity. One of the most fascinating aspects of the chimera is its role in ancient Greek mythology as a symbol of the untamed feminine power. In many myths, the chimera is depicted as a female creature, and its destruction was seen as a way of subduing the feminine forces that were perceived as threatening to the patriarchal order. The chimera's symbolic meanings go beyond its role in ancient mythology, however. In modern times, it has become a symbol of the monstrous and the unknown, representing the dark and untamed aspects of human nature. It has inspired countless works of art and literature, from fantasy novels to horror movies. And while the chimera was ultimately slain by Bellerophon, its myth lives on, reminding us that even in the face of chaos and destruction, the human spirit has the power to overcome the most formidable challenges. In conclusion, the chimera is more than just a mythical creature with a unique combination of animal parts. It's a complex and multifaceted symbol that has been interpreted and reinterpreted over the centuries, reflecting our deepest fears and anxieties, as well as our fascination with the unknown and the monstrous. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to leave your thoughts in the comments below. If you want to explore more mythical creatures, be sure to check out my other videos, and I'll catch you in the next one. Today, we're embarking on a deep dive into the captivating world of unicorn myths. Unicorns have fascinated humanity for centuries, appearing in countless myths, legends, and even modern pop culture. However, many of the beliefs we hold about these legendary creatures are based on misconceptions. So, let's challenge those popular beliefs and uncover the truth behind the myths. Unicorns have become a symbol of magic, purity, and wonder, often associated with innocence and fantastical beauty. This image is so pervasive that it's hard to imagine unicorns as anything else. But did you know that the unicorn's origin story stretches far beyond the boundaries of medieval Europe? That's right. While many people believe that unicorns are a product of European folklore, the concept of a single-horned, horse-like creature actually has roots in much older civilizations. One of the earliest references to a unicorn-like creature can be found in ancient Mesopotamian texts, dating back to around 2000 BCE. These early accounts describe a wild ox known as the riem, which had one prominent horn. The riem was a powerful and elusive creature, often depicted as a symbol of strength and majesty. Similarly, in ancient India, there are references to a one-horned animal called the karkadon, which was feared and respected for its fierce nature. These early descriptions challenge the modern view of the unicorn as a gentle, innocent being. The idea of unicorns as gentle, pure creatures also contrasts sharply with how they were perceived in other cultures. In ancient Mesopotamia, for example, unicorns were associated with ferocity and power. The riem was not a creature you would want to encounter in the wild, as it was known for its aggressive nature. This portrayal is a far cry from the modern depiction of unicorns as harmless, delicate beings. As we move eastward, we find that unicorns took on different meanings in various cultures. In ancient China, the qilin was a creature often depicted with a single horn, much like a unicorn. However, the qilin was not just any mythical animal. It was considered a symbol of good fortune and prosperity. The appearance of a qilin was thought to be a sign of an imminent era of peace and abundance. Chinese art and literature often depicted the qilin as a wise and benevolent being, sometimes even as a protector of the innocent. Interestingly, the qilin was also believed to be a highly selective creature, appearing only to those who were pure of heart or to mark the birth or death of a great ruler. This adds a layer of complexity to our understanding of unicorns, showing that these creatures were not just mythical beings, but also symbols of deeper cultural values and beliefs. In contrast, some African cultures had a much darker interpretation of unicorns. In certain regions, unicorns were seen as evil spirits or omens of misfortune. These creatures were believed to be connected to darkness and chaos, and their appearance was feared rather than welcomed. This stark difference in perception between Eastern and African cultures highlights the diverse ways in which unicorns have been understood throughout history. Despite these varied interpretations, one thing remains consistent. Unicorns have always been seen as creatures of great power and significance. Whether they were viewed as benevolent protectors or fearsome spirits, unicorns held a special place in the mythology of the cultures that believed in them. Now, let's address a common question. Were unicorns real? Many people today dismiss unicorns as purely fictional creatures, existing only in the realm of fantasy. However, historical records suggest that ancient cultures may have believed in the literal existence of unicorns. But were these beliefs based on actual encounters with unicorn-like animals, or were they purely symbolic? In ancient Greece, the historian Ctesias wrote about a creature called the monoceros, which translates to one-horned. This creature was described as having the body of a horse, the feet of an elephant, and a single horn on its forehead. Ctesias' account is one of the earliest known references to a unicorn-like creature in Western literature. While this description may sound fantastical, some historians believe that Ctesias might have been describing a real animal, such as the Indian rhinoceros, which was unfamiliar to the Greeks at the time. The rhinoceros, with its large, single horn, could easily have been interpreted as a unicorn by those who had never seen such an animal before. The idea that unicorns might have been inspired by real animals is not limited to the Greek monoceros. In ancient China, the qilin, as mentioned earlier, was also believed to be inspired by real animals. Some scholars suggest that the Qilin may have been based on sightings of the Chinese rhinoceros or the saola, a rare and elusive animal native to the forests of Vietnam and Laos. The saola, with its long, slender horns, could easily be mistaken for a unicorn in the dense forests where it lives. These examples show that the unicorn, as we know it, may have been inspired by real animals, but over time, it became a symbol of something much more. The unicorn's single horn, for example, has been interpreted as a symbol of purity and unity, representing the idea of oneness with nature or the divine. This symbolic interpretation adds another layer of meaning to the unicorn myth, showing that these creatures were not just seen as physical beings, but also as metaphors for deeper spiritual truths. One of the most enduring myths about unicorns is that they are always depicted as white, pure, and innocent. This image has been reinforced by countless works of art, literature, and even modern pop culture. However, this is a relatively modern interpretation of the unicorn. Historical evidence suggests that unicorns were often depicted in a range of colors, including black, red, and even multicolored. For example, in medieval European art, unicorns were sometimes shown with a dark, almost ominous appearance. This was particularly true in depictions of unicorns associated with alchemy and other mystical practices, where they were seen as powerful and mysterious creatures. In these contexts, the unicorn's color was often symbolic, representing different aspects of its nature. A black unicorn, for example, might symbolize the hidden, shadowy aspects of the psyche, while a red unicorn could represent passion or the life force. This diversity in the depiction of unicorns challenges the modern view of these creatures as purely gentle and innocent beings. In reality, unicorns were seen as complex and multifaceted, embodying a wide range of qualities, from purity and grace to power and ferocity. So, why do these misconceptions about unicorns persist? One reason is that our modern understanding of unicorns has been heavily influenced by Western folklore, particularly from the medieval period. During this time, unicorns became symbols of purity and chastity, often associated with religious and moral ideals. This image of the unicorn as a gentle, white creature was further popularized by children's literature and fairy tales, which often portrayed unicorns as magical, harmless beings. Another reason for the persistence of these misconceptions is that many people are simply unaware of the rich and complex history of unicorn mythology. The idea of unicorns as purely innocent creatures is so deeply ingrained in our culture that it's hard to imagine them any other way. However, by exploring the diverse and multifaceted history of unicorns, we can gain a deeper understanding of these legendary creatures and the various meanings they have held throughout history. In reality, unicorns are far more than just symbols of purity and innocence. They represent a wide range of values and ideals, from strength and power to wisdom and benevolence. The unicorn's single horn has been interpreted as a symbol of unity, while its elusive nature has been seen as a metaphor for the pursuit of spiritual truth. By uncovering the truth behind these myths, we can see that unicorns continue to captivate us not just because of their beauty, but because of the deeper meanings they represent. As we've seen, unicorns are far more complex and multifaceted than we often give them credit for. They have been depicted in many different ways throughout history, from fierce and powerful beings to gentle and benevolent protectors. Despite the many misconceptions surrounding them, unicorns remain one of the most enduring and beloved symbols in human culture. So, what do you think? Have these insights changed your perception of unicorns? Do you have any beliefs or experiences related to unicorns that you'd like to share? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. And if you're fascinated by mythical creatures, be sure to check out my next video, where I'll be exploring the top 10 mythical creatures from around the world. Thanks for watching, and remember, the world of myths and legends is always full of surprises.
Join me as I dive deep into the world of aquatic myths and challenge myself to uncover the disturbing truths behind mermaids and sirens. The world of aquatic myths is a fascinating one, filled with enchanting creatures that capture our imagination and fuel our curiosity. Among these mythical beings, two figures stand out, the mermaid and the siren. While they're often confused with one another, they're distinct entities with their own unique characteristics and dark secrets. Mermaids and sirens have been romanticized and mythologized to the point where we've lost sight of their original, often disturbing, nature. We've all been fed a diet of Disney-fied mermaids, singing and dancing their way into our hearts, while sirens are often relegated to the background, their complexities and dangers overlooked. But scratch beneath the surface, and you'll find that these creatures are far more sinister than you ever imagined. The first misconception we need to dispel is that mermaids are always benevolent. In many mythologies, they're depicted as seductresses, luring sailors to their deaths with their beauty and enchanting voices. They're not the innocent, playful creatures we've come to expect. And sirens, oh sirens, are a whole different ball game. These are creatures that will stop at nothing to get what they want, using their beauty and cunning to manipulate and destroy. The level of danger and destruction associated with sirens is staggering. In ancient mythology, they were known to lure ships to their doom, feasting on the flesh of the sailors who dared to cross their path. And yet, we've come to view them as nothing more than exotic, mysterious figures, devoid of any real menace. It's time to re-examine our perception of these creatures and confront the darker truths that lie beneath their alluring surface. Mermaids and sirens have been a part of human folklore for thousands of years, with tales of these creatures appearing in ancient Assyrian, Greek, and European mythologies. The earliest recorded mermaid legend dates back to the Assyrian goddess Atargatis, who was said to have transformed herself into a mermaid out of shame for accidentally killing her lover. And in Greek mythology, the siren was seen as a creature so seductive, it could lure even the most virtuous of men to their doom. In European folklore, mermaids were often associated with fertility and prosperity, while sirens were seen as omens of death and destruction. These divergent views of the two creatures highlight the vastly different roles they played in the human psyche. Mermaids were often seen as mysterious, otherworldly beings, while sirens were feared and reviled for their destructive power. Mermaids have been romanticized to the point where we've lost sight of their original, often dark, nature. But sirens, oh sirens, are a different story altogether. These creatures are the epitome of danger and destruction, using their beauty and cunning to manipulate and destroy. In ancient myths, sirens were depicted as half-bird, half-woman creatures, with hypnotic voices that could lure ships to their doom. And their victims? They were often left as nothing more than skeletal remains, a testament to the siren's deadly allure. The most surprising truth about sirens is just how pervasive they are in mythology. From ancient Greece to modern-day literature, the siren has remained a powerful symbol of temptation and destruction. And yet, despite their menacing nature, we've come to view them as nothing more than exotic, mysterious figures. It's time to confront the darker truths that lie beneath their alluring surface and recognize the sirens for what they truly are, creatures of death and destruction. In contrast, mermaids are often depicted as more benevolent, their beauty and charm seen as a blessing rather than a curse. But this couldn't be further from the truth. Mermaids, in many mythologies, are depicted as seductresses, using their beauty and charm to lure sailors to their deaths. They're not the innocent, playful creatures we've come to expect, but rather complex, multifaceted beings with their own dark secrets and motivations. So, what's the key difference between mermaids and sirens? It's simple: while both creatures have the power to enthrall and destroy, mermaids are often seen as more benevolent, their motivations rooted in a desire for connection and companionship. Sirens, on the other hand, are creatures of pure destruction, using their beauty and cunning to manipulate and destroy. It's time to recognize these creatures for what they truly are: complex, multifaceted beings with their own dark secrets and motivations. Thanks for joining me on this journey into the world of aquatic myths. If you have a favorite aquatic myth or creature, let me know in the comments below. And if you want to explore more mythical creatures, be sure to check out my next video, where I'll be diving into the world of dragons and uncovering their hidden secrets.
Did you know that Heracles, the legendary hero of Greek mythology, was born as a mere mortal but ultimately ascended to divinity? His tale is one of unparalleled strength, relentless challenges, and a journey from human frailty to divine power. Prepare to dive into the life of Heracles, where every challenge he faced was a stepping stone to immortality. Heracles, known to the Romans as Hercules, is one of the most revered figures in Greek mythology. His story begins with a complicated birth, as he was born to Zeus, the king of the gods, and a mortal woman, Alcmene. This divine lineage made Heracles a target of Hera, Zeus's wife, who was furious at her husband's infidelity. From the moment of his birth, Heracles was destined for greatness, but his path was paved with trials that would break any ordinary man. Today, we explore the incredible journey of Heracles, a tale of strength, perseverance, and ultimate transformation into a god. The challenges Heracles faced were no ordinary tasks. They were the 12 labors, a series of seemingly impossible missions designed by Hera to destroy him. Each labor was a test, not just of Heracles' physical strength, but of his intelligence, endurance, and willpower. From slaying the Nemean lion with its invulnerable hide to capturing the elusive golden hind of Artemis, Heracles' labors were a testament to the indomitable spirit of a hero. Let's start with the first labor, the Nemean lion. This beast was no ordinary lion. Its skin was impervious to weapons. Heracles realized that brute force wouldn't work and had to outwit the lion by strangling it with his bare hands. He then wore the lion's skin as armor, a symbol of his triumph over the impossible. Next came the Lernaean Hydra, a monstrous serpent with multiple heads. For every head Heracles chopped off, 2 more would grow in its place. With the help of his nephew Iolaus, Heracles cauterized the stumps after decapitating each head, preventing them from regenerating. This labor taught Heracles that sometimes, even a hero needs help to succeed. Then there was the labor of capturing the Ceryneian hind, a sacred deer to the goddess Artemis. This labor wasn't about strength but patience and respect for the divine. Heracles pursued the hind for a year, showing reverence to the gods while proving his relentless determination. The labors continued, each one more daunting than the last. Heracles was tasked with capturing the Erymanthian boar, a colossal beast that terrorized the countryside. Using his wit, Heracles chased the boar into deep snow, where it became trapped and was easily subdued. This labor showcased his ability to use the environment to his advantage. The fifth labor involved cleaning the Augean stables, which housed thousands of cattle and hadn't been cleaned in years. This task seemed beneath a hero, but Heracles was undeterred. He rerouted 2 rivers to wash out the filth in a single day, demonstrating his cleverness and ability to turn the mundane into a monumental achievement. The Stymphalian birds, with their metallic feathers, were his next challenge. These dangerous creatures were terrorizing a region of Greece, and Heracles had to devise a plan to defeat them. Using a rattle given to him by the goddess Athena, Heracles scared the birds into flight and shot them down with his arrows. This labor highlighted his adaptability and resourcefulness. As the labors progressed, Heracles' fame grew. He captured the Cretan bull, a beast that symbolized the anger of the gods, and then the mares of Diomedes, man-eating horses that represented the darkest sides of humanity. Each victory added to his legend, but the toll of these tasks was immense. The 9th labor, retrieving the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, was particularly challenging as it involved negotiation rather than combat. Initially, Hippolyta was willing to give Heracles the girdle, but Hera stirred up trouble, leading to a battle. Heracles emerged victorious, but this labor reminded him that even peaceful missions could turn violent. The final labors took Heracles to the ends of the known world. He had to fetch the cattle of Geryon, a fearsome giant with 3 bodies. This labor involved not just slaying Geryon, but also herding the cattle across treacherous lands and seas. Next, he had to retrieve the golden apples of the Hesperides, a task so difficult that even the gods hesitated to attempt it. Heracles sought the help of Atlas, who held up the sky, and in a clever twist, tricked Atlas into taking back his burden after retrieving the apples. The final labor was the most daunting of all, capturing Cerberus, the 3-headed dog that guarded the entrance to the underworld. This task symbolized Heracles' ultimate challenge, confronting death itself. Armed with only his strength and courage, Heracles descended into the underworld, wrestled Cerberus into submission, and brought the beast back to the surface, proving once and for all that no challenge was too great for him. With the completion of the 12 labors, Heracles had done the impossible. His mortal body had endured trials beyond human capability, and his soul had faced the terrors of the underworld. It was this final labor that marked his ascension to godhood. The gods, recognizing his extraordinary deeds, granted Heracles immortality. He was welcomed to Mount Olympus, where he was finally free from the burdens of mortality and given a place among the divine. Heracles' journey from a mortal man to a god is more than just a tale of strength and bravery. It is a story of resilience, intelligence, and the unyielding spirit of a hero who refused to be broken by even the most insurmountable odds. Heracles teaches us that no matter how great the challenges we face, perseverance and courage can lead us to triumph. His legacy continues to inspire countless generations, reminding us that the path to greatness is often forged through struggle. If Heracles' incredible journey inspired you, share your thoughts in the comments below. Which of his labors do you find the most fascinating? And if you're hungry for more stories of mythological heroes, check out our video on the 12 gods of ancient Egypt. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss another epic tale from the world of mythology. Imagine an animal with a punch so fast it creates an underwater shockwave, and eyes so advanced they can see colors we can't even imagine. Meet the mantis shrimp, a creature that's small in size but packs a massive punch. Literally. Stay tuned, because what you're about to learn will blow your mind. When we think of the ocean's most impressive creatures, our minds tend to go to sharks, dolphins, or whales. But hidden in the depths is a creature like no other, the mantis shrimp. Though it's not as famous, the mantis shrimp has some of the most remarkable abilities in the entire animal kingdom. In this video, we're going to uncover the insane features that make this little guy one of the most astonishing animals you've likely never heard of. The ocean is full of life, with countless species that have evolved unique survival strategies. But among them, the mantis shrimp stands out for being in a league of its own. Despite its small size, ranging from 4 to 18 centimeters, it possesses some of the most extraordinary abilities, often overlooked by those fascinated with larger marine animals. But don't let its size fool you. What it lacks in stature, it more than makes up for in raw power and fascinating biological adaptations. Let's explore why the mantis shrimp deserves more attention. Let's start with one of the most mind-boggling facts about the mantis shrimp, its vision. While humans have 3 types of color receptors in their eyes, allowing us to see red, green, and blue, the mantis shrimp has an astonishing 16 different color receptors. That means they can see colors and ultraviolet light beyond our wildest imagination. They can also detect polarized light, which helps them navigate their underwater world in ways we can barely comprehend. Imagine seeing the world in colors you can't even name. It's like having a superpower, giving the mantis shrimp a major edge when hunting prey or evading predators. If you thought its vision was impressive, just wait until you hear about its secret weapon, its punch. The mantis shrimp's claw can accelerate as fast as a bullet fired from a gun, reaching speeds of 50 miles per hour. This punch is so fast that it creates something known as a cavitation bubble, an underwater shockwave that momentarily creates temperatures as hot as the surface of the sun. This bubble is so powerful, it can knock out or even kill its prey in one strike. In fact, their punches are so strong that they can break through the glass of an aquarium. No wonder they've earned the nickname Thumb Splitter. But it's not just the speed that's mind-blowing, it's the strength behind it. The mantis shrimp strike is so powerful that it has been studied by scientists for its engineering potential. Researchers are looking into how the mantis shrimp's appendage structure could inspire the design of more durable materials in human technology. And here's something else. The mantis shrimp strike doesn't tire out easily. It can repeatedly punch with the same force without wearing itself down, a trait that makes it an unbeatable predator in its underwater environment. The mantis shrimp has been around for millions of years, evolving into the perfect blend of speed, strength, and vision. Unlike many other animals that have had to adapt to environmental changes by altering their size or mobility, the mantis shrimp has developed its complex biological tools to perfection. Its claws are so specialized for punching that they can be used for both offense and defense, while its eyesight allows it to track prey and sense danger with unparalleled precision. Mantis shrimp can be found in tropical and subtropical waters, burrowing into the seafloor or hiding within crevices in coral reefs. They're solitary hunters, living in dens that they fiercely defend. Despite their aggressive tendencies, mantis shrimp are also known for their incredible longevity. They can live up to 20 years in the wild. Their isolated lifestyle helps them survive, and their territorial behavior ensures they're always ready to defend their home. One fascinating aspect of mantis shrimp behavior is how they interact with their environment. Unlike many predators that rely on speed alone, the mantis shrimp combines stealth with lightning-fast attacks. Their ability to remain perfectly still before striking, combined with their unparalleled eyesight, makes them lethal hunters. And despite their aggressive nature, they have a very intricate social structure, often communicating through body language and color changes, particularly during mating rituals. In the world of marine life, the mantis shrimp may be small, but it is undeniably one of the most astonishing creatures on Earth. From its incredibly advanced vision to its superpowered punch, this animal has evolved to become one of nature's most formidable hunters. What fact about the mantis shrimp blew your mind the most? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed learning about this incredible animal, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon for more mind-blowing facts about nature's most extraordinary creatures. Dive into more amazing animal content with my other videos on unique and fascinating creatures. I'm diving into some wild, forgotten Amazon myths that are about to blow your mind. Can I uncover the truth behind these incredible stories? The Amazon is a place of wonder, a land of incredible biodiversity and ancient cultures. But beneath the surface of this ecological marvel lies a treasure trove of forgotten myths, hidden secrets, and astonishing legends. Today, we're going to take you deep into the jungle, beyond the wildlife and towering trees, to reveal some of the most mysterious and mind-blowing Amazon myths you've never heard of. Let's start with one of the most common misconceptions, that the Amazon is an untouched wilderness, an unspoiled paradise. But in reality, this dense, green landscape has been inhabited by humans for thousands of years. Long before European explorers set foot on its soil, entire civilizations thrived here. We're talking about complex cities, sophisticated societies, and advanced agricultural systems that rival some of the best-known ancient civilizations. These aren't just small tribal communities. The people who lived here shaped the land in ways that we're only beginning to understand. This brings us to one of the most famous myths that have persisted for centuries, the legend of El Dorado, the fabled city of gold. For centuries, explorers and treasure hunters from around the world have scoured the Amazon, lured by tales of a hidden kingdom overflowing with wealth. The story, dating back to the 16th century, speaks of a great king who would lavishly shower visitors with gold and precious jewels, and the kingdom became a symbol of unimaginable riches. But could this glittering city have ever existed? Archaeologists now believe that El Dorado was less a physical place and more a metaphor for the abundance of the New World. While gold may not have flowed through the streets, these ancient Amazonian civilizations were rich in other ways, culturally and intellectually. What they left behind are artifacts that suggest highly developed societies with intricate art, engineering, and trade systems. But El Dorado isn't the only myth that has captured the world's imagination. What about the tales of the Amazon warrior women? Fearsome female fighters who supposedly ruled the jungle. The very name Amazon comes from Greek mythology, where the Amazons were depicted as a tribe of powerful warrior women. When Spanish conquistadors ventured into the region, they claimed to have encountered fierce women who fought with bows and arrows. But is there any truth to this? While the image of an all-female army ruling the jungle is likely exaggerated, many indigenous Amazonian cultures did elevate women to positions of great power. Some tribes were matriarchal, with women playing crucial roles in governance, warfare, and spiritual life. There is even historical evidence suggesting that women fought alongside men to defend their communities, and in some cases, women were celebrated as leaders and warriors. Next, we venture deeper into the Amazon's mysteries, ones that stretch far beyond myth and legend. Recent archaeological discoveries suggest that the Amazon may have once been home to a vast and advanced civilization, one that challenges everything we thought we knew about the pre-Columbian Americas. From the air, scientists have uncovered evidence of massive earthworks, geometric formations that hint at ancient cities and ceremonial centers. In the soil, they found traces of complex irrigation systems and fertile terra preta soils, which could have supported large, permanent populations. These findings paint a very different picture of the Amazon as a hub of human innovation and culture, possibly on par with the great civilizations of the Old World. It's a stunning revelation that turns our understanding of the Amazon on its head, and it raises fascinating questions about the origins of human civilization. Could the Amazon have been a cradle of lost knowledge, home to a society more advanced than we ever imagined? Speaking of lost knowledge, we can't ignore the spiritual dimension of Amazon myths. The indigenous peoples of the Amazon have long believed in a world teeming with mystical creatures and spirits that govern the land, the waters, and the skies. Among the most intriguing is the tale of Kirupara, a wild spirit known to protect the animals and the forest from human destruction. With his backward-facing feet and fiery red hair, Kirupara is said to trick hunters and poachers, leading them astray deep into the jungle, never to return. While it may sound like just another mythical figure, the belief in Kirupara speaks to the deep respect and reverence that indigenous people hold for the Amazon. It's a reminder that this vast ecosystem isn't just a resource to be exploited, but a living, breathing entity with its own guardians. Another fascinating creature from Amazonian myth is the Mapinguari, a giant, sloth-like beast with a single eye and a mouth on its stomach. Said to roam the forests, the Mapinguari is a terrifying figure in local legend, believed to attack those who dare disturb its habitat. Could this fearsome creature be based on real encounters with now-extinct megafauna? Or is it a symbolic warning of the dangers of disrespecting the natural world? Either way, the Mapinguari is a prime example of how myth and nature intertwine in Amazonian folklore. As we dive into these stories, it's clear that the Amazon is much more than a jungle filled with plants and animals. It's a living repository of human history, culture, and spirituality. The myths we've discussed today, the Amazon warrior women, the lost civilizations, and the mythical creatures like Kirupara and the Mapinguari, all point to a profound connection between the people of the Amazon and the land itself. These stories are not just fanciful tales, but reflections of real cultural and environmental truths. They remind us of the importance of preserving this incredible region, not just for its biodiversity, but for the knowledge and wisdom it still holds. So, what do you think about these forgotten Amazon myths? Did any of them blow your mind? Which one was the most surprising or fascinating to you? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And if you've got any other myths or legends you'd like to explore, don't hesitate to share them. And hey, if you want to dive deeper into the mysteries of the Amazon, be sure to check out our video on the top 10 Amazon facts you never knew. It might just surprise you even more. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you in the next adventure. Did you know that the Maya civilization developed one of the most sophisticated calendar systems in the ancient world using complex math and astronomy? Their use of advanced calculations not only allowed them to design precise architecture, but also to predict celestial events, such as eclipses, centuries ahead of their time. The Maya civilization, which thrived in Mesoamerica between 2000 BCE and 1500 CE, is renowned for its contributions to human knowledge, particularly in mathematics. Their profound understanding of numbers, time, and the cosmos shaped much of their society, influencing everything from religious rituals to the construction of grand pyramids. In today's video, we'll uncover the secrets of Maya mathematics and how their groundbreaking discoveries continue to captivate historians and mathematicians alike. For centuries, researchers have marveled at the achievements of the Mayans, but understanding the full extent of their mathematical prowess remains a challenge. With limited written records due to the destruction of many Mayan texts, experts have relied on surviving codices, architecture, and astronomical calculations to piece together how their math worked. Historians have been especially intrigued by how the Maya conceptualized time and space, developing systems that were so precise they still amaze modern scientists. The question remains, how did the Maya, with no modern technology, manage to create such a highly advanced system of mathematics? The Maya had a unique way of expressing numbers that set them apart from other ancient civilizations. They developed a vigesimal base 20 number system as opposed to the base 10 system we use today. Their numeric symbols were simple yet effective. A dot represented 1, a bar represented 5, and a shell symbolized 0. Remarkably, the Maya were one of the earliest cultures to grasp the concept of zero, a mathematical breakthrough that wasn't fully adopted by European mathematicians until centuries later. This concept of zero allowed the Maya to perform more complex calculations and was essential for creating their sophisticated calendar systems. Speaking of which, the Mayan calendar was based on 3 interlocking cycles: the Hab, a solar year of 365 days; the Tsokin, a ritual calendar of 260 days; and the long count, used to track historical events over millennia. With these cycles, they were able to predict astronomical events like solar eclipses and the movements of planets with astonishing accuracy. Their temples and pyramids, like those at Chichen Itza, were aligned to capture these celestial events, blending their mathematical knowledge with architectural brilliance. But it didn't stop there. The Maya also applied their mathematical understanding to astronomy, calculating the movements of Venus, the Sun, and the Moon with near-perfect accuracy. This knowledge was not just theoretical. It had real-world implications for agriculture, religious ceremonies, and even warfare. By knowing the exact timing of celestial events, the Mayan rulers could assert their divine authority, claiming to have control over the heavens. Perhaps the most mind-blowing aspect of Maya mathematics is the connection between their numerical systems and their knowledge of the cosmos. For example, the Maya long count calendar, which famously sparked 2012 doomsday theories, was based on a cycle of 1,872,000 days, or roughly 5,125.36 years. Modern scholars have discovered that the Maya's complex calculations align with astronomical cycles, including the precession of the equinoxes, a 26,000-year cycle that modern science only fully understood in recent centuries. How could a civilization so ancient possess this level of astronomical precision without modern instruments? Researchers have theorized that the Maya's deep connection with the natural world allowed them to observe long-term cycles and patterns that modern technology has only recently verified. This marriage of math and astronomy is perhaps the clearest example of how far ahead the Maya were in their understanding of the universe. Their pyramids, such as El Castillo at Chichen Itza, are a testament to this knowledge, with their steps designed to mimic the movement of the sun during equinoxes. The Maya's remarkable understanding of mathematics didn't just serve practical purposes. It shaped their worldview, architecture, and religious practices. Their ability to combine numerical precision with cosmic observations allowed them to create a legacy that continues to inspire awe and curiosity today. What did you find most surprising about the Maya's mathematical genius? Let us know in the comments. If you're fascinated by ancient civilizations and their incredible achievements, check out our other videos on lost cultures and ancient technologies. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to stay updated on our latest explorations into history's greatest mysteries. Join me as I dive deep into the ancient predictions of Troy Black and see if I can uncover the secrets behind his prophetic words. When it comes to predictions that stand the test of time, few names carry the weight that Troy Black's does. His enigmatic prophecies have sparked curiosity for centuries, leaving both believers and skeptics searching for meaning in his cryptic words. One such prophecy, made in what many believe to be an ancient script, predicted a great upheaval, something that even today feels eerily relevant. But who is Troy Black, and why are his prophecies so compelling? Troy Black is regarded by some as a visionary with the ability to see beyond the present and peer into the unknown. Yet his life remains largely a mystery, with only fragments of his history passed down through the ages. Some believe he was a spiritual leader, while others suggest he was an intellectual who concealed wisdom within riddles. His prophecies, whether they relate to ancient civilizations, natural disasters, or human evolution, continue to echo through time, raising questions about their potential relevance to today's world. However, there's always been a sense of skepticism surrounding prophetic words. How can we distinguish between true foresight and clever guesswork? Some argue that these predictions are often vague, open to interpretation, and only seem accurate in hindsight. Consider the famous predictions of Nostradamus, or even the biblical prophets, words that seem specific only after the events they supposedly foretold come to pass. Troy Black's predictions face similar scrutiny, as people debate whether his prophecies are grounded in some form of higher knowledge or simply reflections of societal fears and desires. Despite these doubts, there are those who believe deeply in the power of prophecy, and Troy Black is no exception. Many interpret his words as more than just predictions. They see them as warnings or even guideposts for how we should navigate the complexities of our lives. Let's delve into one of his most famous prophecies, which speaks of a great nation that will rise from the ashes, forged in the fires of war and strife, destined to dominate the world. This particular prophecy has intrigued historians and futurists alike. For some, it evokes memories of powerful empires like ancient Egypt, the Roman Empire, or even modern superpowers. The parallels between this ancient prediction and the rise of nations through conflict are hard to ignore. But what if this prophecy isn't about a literal nation? What if it's symbolic of something else entirely? A shift in global power, or even a spiritual awakening that will change the course of history? The beauty of Troy Black's prophecies lies in their ambiguity. They invite us to think, to question, and to seek deeper meanings in the world around us. Another one of Black's predictions warns of a time when the foundations of our society will be shaken to their core. In this vision, structures that once seemed unshakable, our governments, economies, and institutions begin to crumble. It's a haunting vision that resonates with the concerns many of us have today about the fragility of our global systems. Whether it's climate change, economic instability, or geopolitical tensions, the world feels more uncertain than ever before. Could it be that Troy Black foresaw the precarious state of our current global situation? Or are we simply projecting our fears onto his words, searching for meaning in the chaos? Of all Troy Black's prophecies, the one that stands out the most is his prediction of a global awakening, a time when people across the world will rise together, seeking justice, peace, and equality. This vision of unity and transformation is one that speaks to the heart of many movements we see today, from social justice to environmental activism. It suggests that the power to shape our future lies not in the hands of a few, but in the collective will of the people. Perhaps this is Black's greatest message, that true change doesn't come from outside forces, but from within us. As we reflect on these prophetic words, one thing is clear. Whether or not you believe in the power of prophecy, there's something undeniably compelling about the way Troy Black's predictions continue to resonate in our world today. His words, written centuries ago, still echo in our collective consciousness, reminding us that the future is not set in stone. It's a living, breathing thing shaped by the choices we make and the actions we take. So, what do you think? Are Troy Black's prophecies a glimpse into our future, or simply reflections of our deepest hopes and fears? Let me know in the comments below. And if you want to dive deeper into the mysteries of prophetic words, be sure to check out our next video, where we'll explore even more secrets and surprises.
Join me as I dive into the world of dragons and challenge myself to uncover the most fascinating myths and legends about these legendary creatures. Dragons are mythical creatures that have fascinated humanity for centuries, captivating our imagination and inspiring countless stories, legends, and artworks. With their fiery breath, scales that shine like gold, and wings that soar through the skies, it's no wonder these majestic beings have become a universal symbol of power, magic, and wonder. But have you ever stopped to think why dragons have remained a powerful symbol in folklore and storytelling throughout history? Why do they continue to captivate us, evoking feelings of awe, fear, and fascination? It's a question that has puzzled scholars and enthusiasts alike for centuries. One possibility is that dragons represent the unknown, the uncontrollable forces of nature that have shaped human societies throughout history. Another reason could be that dragons embody the contradictions of human nature. They're both fierce and benevolent, destructive and creative, reflecting the paradoxes of human existence. They can also symbolize the struggle between good and evil, with the dragon representing the darkness that needs to be vanquished. Whatever the reason, it's clear that dragons have become an integral part of our collective psyche, inspiring some of the most epic stories and legends of all time. In many cultures, dragons are seen as symbols of good fortune, prosperity, and wisdom. In ancient China, for example, dragons were revered as benevolent creatures that brought blessings and prosperity to those who honored them. Similarly, in European folklore, dragons are often depicted as guardians of treasure, wisdom, and spiritual power. Let's explore some of the most iconic cultural representations of dragons, from Eastern to Western mythology. In Japanese mythology, dragons are depicted as large, serpent-like creatures with 5 claws, known as ryu or tatsu. These dragons are associated with water, storms, and good fortune. In Chinese culture, dragons are known as long, symbolizing power, strength, and good luck. In Western mythology, we have the famous dragons of European folklore, such as Smaug from J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit, or the dragon from St. George's Legend. In many Eastern cultures, dragons are closely tied to the emperor or the ruling class, representing the power and authority of the state. In contrast, in Western mythology, dragons are often depicted as fire-breathing monsters that terrorize villages and hoard treasure. However, both Eastern and Western dragons share a common trait: they're both revered for their wisdom, strength, and magical powers. The most captivating aspect of dragons is perhaps their evolution in literature and film. From J.R.R. Tolkien's Smaug to Cressida Cowell's Toothless, dragons have inspired some of the most imaginative and captivating stories of all time. They've also become a staple of modern pop culture, appearing in movies, TV shows, and video games. Whether they're depicted as fearsome beasts or lovable sidekicks, dragons continue to inspire our imagination and creativity. One of the most fascinating aspects of dragon mythology is their ability to shapeshift and adapt to different environments. In some cultures, dragons can take on human form, while in others, they can transform into animals or objects. This shape-shifting ability reflects the versatility and creativity of human imagination, as we try to make sense of the world around us. Dragons have also inspired some of the most iconic artwork and architecture throughout history. From the intricate dragon carvings in Chinese temples to the magnificent dragon sculptures in European castles, these mythical creatures have left an indelible mark on our cultural heritage. Whether they're depicted in art, literature, or film, dragons continue to inspire our creativity and imagination. In conclusion, dragons are more than just mythical creatures, they're a reflection of our collective psyche, embodying the contradictions and paradoxes of human nature. They've remained a powerful symbol in folklore and storytelling throughout history, captivating our imagination and inspiring countless stories, legends, and artworks. Thanks for joining me on this journey into the world of dragons. If you have a favorite dragon story or legend, please share it with us in the comments below. And if you want to explore more mythical creatures, be sure to check out our other videos on the subject. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring.
Have you ever wondered about the mysteries of ancient civilizations that lie beneath the surface of our understanding? Well, get this. There's a civilization that could actually rival Egypt's glory and complexity, yet it barely gets the spotlight. Intrigued? Let's dive in. So, let's talk about ancient lost civilizations. You know, the ones that have fascinating histories and incredible achievements, but often get overshadowed by more famous cultures like Egypt. There's so much richness in our past that we've barely scratched the surface. And today, we're going to explore one of those deep, complex civilizations that deserves way more attention. The challenge we face as we dig into humanity's past is pretty significant. While we all know about the pyramids, mummies, and the incredible reign of pharaohs, there are countless other civilizations that have made remarkable contributions to human history. Yet they remain in the shadows. This creates a skewed understanding of our history, where popular narratives often overshadow these lesser-known cultures. You might think you know all about ancient civilizations, but trust me, there's so much more out there. The rich tapestries of history are filled with stories just waiting to be uncovered, and sometimes they're buried in the sands of time, just like the structures they built. Let's take a closer look at the ancient civilization of the Indus Valley, known for its advanced urban planning and sophisticated drainage systems. Picture this, around 2500 BCE, in what is now Pakistan and northwest India, the cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were bustling with life. These cities had grid-like street layouts, brick houses, and even public baths. That's right, they had a complex sewage system that makes some modern cities look like they're still in the Stone Age. The people of the Indus Valley were traders, artisans, and farmers, creating a vibrant economy that thrived on trade with neighboring regions. Can you believe that? They were thriving long before the Egyptians built their pyramids. Now, here's where it gets really fascinating. Recent archaeological discoveries have unearthed seals and inscriptions that suggest the Indus Valley civilization had a form of writing. While we still can't fully decipher it, this hints at a complex society with rich communication and record-keeping, a feature that many people often associate only with later civilizations. Imagine the possibilities. Detailed accounts of their trade, religion, and daily life waiting to be uncovered. These discoveries challenge our perception of history and force us to rethink what it means to be advanced. It's a reminder that there's so much more to our past than what's commonly taught in history books. So, to wrap it all up, we've explored just a glimpse of the incredibly rich world of the Indus Valley civilization, which has proven to be deeper and more complex than many of us ever realized. It's clear that there are layers upon layers to our history that are just waiting for us to peel back. These civilizations that often go overlooked deserve a place in the conversation when we think about our human heritage. What do you think? Did you learn something new today? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this dive into ancient history, make sure to hit that subscribe button for more intriguing content. And don't forget to check out my next video, where we'll explore even more mind-blowing historical topics that you won't want to miss. See you next time. Did you know that the Khmer Empire, one of Southeast Asia's largest and most enigmatic civilizations, holds secrets that could completely alter our understanding of ancient history? From its breathtaking architecture to its sophisticated engineering feats, the Khmer Empire's legacy is filled with wonders waiting to be uncovered. Join me on this journey as we delve into the captivating world of the Khmer Empire, exploring its magnificent symbols, core values, and hidden secrets that continue to intrigue historians and enthusiasts alike. In this video, we'll embark on an adventure into the heart of the Khmer Empire. We'll uncover its architectural marvels like Angkor Wat, understand the spiritual significance behind symbols such as the lotus flower, and explore the advanced engineering techniques that set this civilization apart. We'll also address the challenges historians face in interpreting the Khmer Empire's legacy and the reasons behind its sudden decline. So, sit back, get comfortable, and prepare to delve into the fascinating world of the Khmer Empire. Despite its grandeur and achievements, many aspects of the Khmer Empire remain shrouded in mystery and are often misunderstood. The passage of time, combined with the complexities of ancient texts and ruins, has made it challenging to piece together a complete and accurate picture of this civilization. Misinterpretations arise from a lack of context and understanding of the local customs, historical events, and the empire's profound spiritual beliefs. The Khmer Empire was not just a powerful empire. It was a civilization with a deeply rooted cultural and spiritual life that influences how we interpret its history today. One of the most iconic symbols of the Khmer Empire is Angkor Wat, a sprawling temple complex renowned for its architectural brilliance. This magnificent structure was originally built as a Hindu temple dedicated to the god Vishnu, but later transitioned into a Buddhist temple. Angkor Wat's design reflects a deep understanding of astronomy and cosmology. Its layout is a miniature replica of the universe in stone, with its 5 towers symbolizing the peaks of Mount Meru, the center of the universe in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. The temple's intricate carvings and bas-reliefs depict various Hindu and Buddhist myths, illustrating the empire's religious dedication and artistic prowess. Another significant symbol in Khmer culture is the lotus flower. This seemingly simple plant carries profound spiritual meaning, representing purity, enlightenment, and rebirth. In Khmer art and architecture, the lotus often appears in various forms, from intricate carvings to architectural elements. The lotus's symbolism is a reflection of the Khmer people's values and their belief in rising above the challenges of life to attain spiritual enlightenment. This symbol embodies the empire's harmonious relationship with nature and its deep spiritual beliefs. The Khmer Empire's cultural values were deeply intertwined with its environment. The Khmer people practiced a form of agriculture that was closely linked to their spiritual beliefs and environmental practices. They developed an advanced irrigation system that allowed them to convert their challenging landscape into fertile farmland. This system included an extensive network of reservoirs, canals, and moats that not only supported agriculture, but also helped manage water resources in a region prone to seasonal flooding. This innovation was pivotal for sustaining a large population and allowing the empire to thrive for centuries. However, the grandeur of the Khmer Empire was not without its challenges. One of the most intriguing aspects of its history is the mystery surrounding its sudden decline in the 15th century. The reasons behind this decline are still debated among historians. Some suggest that environmental changes, such as droughts or flooding, might have disrupted agriculture and contributed to the empire's downfall. Others point to internal conflicts or external pressures from neighboring kingdoms as potential causes. The abrupt end of such a flourishing civilization leaves us with many questions about how such a powerful empire could disappear so suddenly. One of the most captivating secrets of the Khmer Empire lies in its advanced engineering techniques. The Khmer developed an intricate irrigation system that was ahead of its time. This system allowed them to harness the region's natural water resources, creating a sophisticated network that supported their agricultural practices and urban development. The engineering prowess of the Khmer people was not limited to irrigation. It also included the construction of impressive architectural structures and urban planning that continue to amaze modern engineers and architects. In exploring the Khmer Empire, we must also address the challenges historians face in interpreting its legacy. The passage of time has led to the erosion of many physical artifacts and the loss of written records, making it difficult to reconstruct a complete history. Additionally, the Khmer Empire's history is often intertwined with myths and legends, which can complicate efforts to separate fact from fiction. Understanding these challenges is crucial for appreciating the true depth of the Khmer Empire's achievements and its impact on history. To wrap up, we've explored the Khmer Empire's profound symbols and values, from the grandeur of Angkor Wat to the significance of the lotus flower. We've examined the challenges in interpreting its legacy and uncovered some of the most captivating secrets, including its advanced engineering techniques and the mysterious reasons behind its decline. The history of the Khmer Empire offers invaluable lessons and insights, not just for understanding the past, but for appreciating the complexity and richness of human civilization. What did you find most fascinating about the Khmer Empire? I'd love to hear your thoughts, so make sure to leave a comment below. If you enjoyed this exploration of ancient mysteries, don't forget to check out my other videos, where we dive even deeper into the world of ancient civilizations. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next video. Did you know that over 70% of ancient sites worldwide have been linked to dark secrets, from unexplained rituals to hidden histories? These are not just ruins. They are cryptic messages from the past that could change how we understand history forever. Across the world, there are ancient places that captivate us with their beauty, mystery, and grandeur. But beneath the surface lies something far more intriguing, secrets that have been buried for millennia. Today, we'll uncover some of these places and explore the hidden stories they hold, stories that may forever alter the way we see history. Our journey begins in the dense jungles of Cambodia, where the once magnificent Angkor Wat rises from the foliage like a forgotten kingdom. Built in the 12th century by the Khmer Empire, this massive temple complex is more than just a relic of a bygone era. It is a puzzle that has baffled archaeologists for centuries. The temples are adorned with intricate carvings that tell stories of gods, demons, and celestial beings. But there are also hidden passages and underground chambers that suggest there is more to Angkor Wat than meets the eye. Some believe it holds the secret to an ancient civilization's lost technology, while others whisper of a portal to another realm, guarded by stone sentinels. Next, we travel to the windswept plains of Peru, where the enigmatic Nazca lines stretch across the arid landscape. These massive geoglyphs, visible only from the sky, depict various animals, plants, and geometric shapes. Who created them, and why? Some suggest they were made by the Nazca people for ritualistic purposes, but others believe they were created as signals to ancient astronauts or as part of a grand map of the stars. The mystery deepens when we consider the precision with which these lines were drawn, a feat seemingly impossible without advanced technology. From Peru, we move to Turkey, where Göbekli Tepe stands as one of the oldest known temples, predating Stonehenge by 6,000 years. But this site isn't just a marvel of ancient architecture, it's a puzzle. Why did a civilization with no known agriculture or domestication build such a complex structure? Some believe it was the center of a long-forgotten religious practice, while others suggest it could be the remnants of a lost advanced civilization. The intricate carvings on the stone pillars depict strange, otherworldly creatures, leaving us to wonder what secrets this ancient site may still hold. In Mexico, the city of the gods, Teotihuacan, awaits us. Its origins are unknown, and its builders vanished without a trace. The city's alignment with celestial bodies and its mysterious underground tunnels have led to theories ranging from alien involvement to human sacrifices in honor of deities we no longer understand. The secrets of Teotihuacan remain buried, waiting for someone to uncover them. But perhaps the most shocking is the story of the Hypogeum of Hal Saflieni in Malta. This subterranean structure, built over 5,000 years ago, is believed to be a mass burial site. Yet, deep within, researchers discovered a chamber that resonates at a specific frequency, affecting the human brain. Some theorists argue this was no coincidence, hinting at an ancient technology used for ritualistic or even mind-altering purposes. This discovery could change our understanding of ancient practices and the extent of their knowledge. Our journey through these mysterious ancient places reveals one undeniable truth. History is far more complex and mysterious than we ever imagined. These ancient places are more than just stones and ruins. They are keys to understanding our past and challenging our perceptions of history. From unexplained rituals to hidden technologies, they remind us that we've only scratched the surface of what the ancients knew and practiced. As we continue to explore these enigmatic sites, one question lingers. What other secrets lie hidden, waiting to be discovered?
In the heart of Southeast Asia, nestled amidst the jungles of modern-day Cambodia, lies the remnants of a once mighty empire, a civilization that carved its legacy into stone, creating a world of unparalleled beauty and mystery. This is the story of the Khmer Empire, where gods and kings walked side by side, and secrets were etched into the very fabric of its glorious temples. But what hidden truths lie beneath the grandeur of Angkor Wat? What secrets did the kings of the Khmer Empire take to their graves? Join us as we unlock the mysteries of a lost world, where art, power, and divine destiny are intertwined. The Khmer Empire, which thrived between the 9th and 15th centuries, was one of Southeast Asia's most powerful and influential civilizations. At its height, the empire spanned much of what is now Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, and southern Vietnam. The Khmer people left behind an enduring legacy, most notably through their monumental architecture and intricate art, which continues to captivate the world. But beyond the temples and statues, there were kings who ruled with an iron fist, expanding their territories through both warfare and diplomacy. These kings were seen as divine rulers, bridging the gap between the gods and the people. Their images were immortalized in the stunning reliefs and sculptures that adorned the walls of their temples, creating a visual narrative of their power and piety. Yet, for all their achievements, the Khmer Empire's history is shrouded in mystery. How did they manage to build such grand structures with the limited technology of their time? What led to the empire's eventual decline? And what hidden stories lie within the intricate carvings that adorn their temples? These are the questions that historians and archaeologists have grappled with for centuries. To understand the Khmer Empire, we must first explore the art that defined it. The Khmer artisans were masters of stone, creating elaborate bas-reliefs that depicted everything from epic battles to scenes of daily life. These carvings, found in temples like Angkor Wat and Bayon, are not just beautiful. They tell the story of the empire's rise and fall. Take, for example, the Temple of Angkor Wat. Built in the early 12th century under the reign of King Suryavarman II, it was originally dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu. The temple's walls are covered with bas-reliefs that depict scenes from Hindu mythology, as well as historical events. One of the most famous is the churning of the ocean of milk, a mythical scene that represents the struggle between good and evil. But the art of the Khmer Empire was not just religious. It was deeply political. The kings used art as a tool to legitimize their rule, depicting themselves as god-kings or devarajas. These rulers were often portrayed in a manner that emphasized their divine status, with serene expressions and elaborate headdresses that signified their connection to the heavens. King Jayavarman VII, who reigned in the late 12th century, is perhaps the most iconic of these rulers. Known for his extensive building projects, including the construction of Angkor Thom and the Bayon Temple, Jayavarman VII was depicted as a compassionate and wise leader. His face, with its enigmatic smile, is immortalized in the many stone faces that adorn the towers of Bayon. But Jayavarman VII was also a fierce warrior, expanding the empire's territory and consolidating power in the region. Yet, despite their grandeur, the Khmer Empire was not invincible. By the 14th century, the empire began to decline, and the reasons for this are still debated. Some suggest it was due to internal strife. Others point to environmental factors, such as the changing climate and the overexploitation of resources. And then there are those who believe that the very gods the kings claimed to represent turned their backs on them. One secret story that has intrigued historians is the mystery of the royal court's connection with esoteric knowledge. It is said that the Khmer kings were not just warriors and builders, but also seekers of ancient wisdom. The hidden chambers within the temples, the alignment of structures with celestial bodies, and the cryptic symbols carved into the walls suggest that the empire's leaders were privy to knowledge that has since been lost to time. Some believe that this knowledge included secrets of the universe, codes of divine power that could harness the energy of the cosmos. Could it be that the downfall of the empire was linked to the loss of this sacred knowledge? Or perhaps it was hidden away, waiting to be rediscovered by those worthy enough to unlock its secrets? The Khmer Empire, with its magnificent temples and mysterious kings, remains one of the most fascinating chapters in human history. Its art, architecture, and the stories carved into stone continue to inspire awe and wonder. But even as we uncover more about this ancient civilization, many questions remain unanswered. The empire may have fallen, but its legacy lives on in the ruins of Angkor, where the faces of long-forgotten kings still gaze out from the stone, keeping their secrets close. As we continue to explore and learn from the remnants of the Khmer Empire, we are reminded that history is not just a record of what has happened, but a puzzle that we must piece together one stone at a time. If you found this journey through the Khmer Empire as fascinating as we did, make sure to like this video, share it with others who love history and mystery, and subscribe to our channel for more deep dives into the ancient world. Let us know in the comments what other ancient civilizations or historical mysteries you'd like us to explore next.